Was that on
the A&E?
Okay. How was it?
I mean, it was good. I don't think it's anything. There was no revelations. But, they really.
Yeah, they did not like each other. Yeah.
And then they did go into detail. I wasn't aware of like how it all played out, but when he talked about the promo on the arm, did you see Cena talk about that? Like somebody told him like before he went out there, like, "Hey, look at his arm.
Look at his, yeah."
And he's like, "I'm gonna do it."
Did you see that?
I'm still waiting on episode 2 of Icons.
Oh. Ain't never coming out.
And then Rock, that's the same moment when Rock called him a fucking punk, right?
Yeah. Because The Rock was stuttering, like he got The Rock, like The Rock was like stuttering and I am never leaving again. Yeah. Oh shit! We'll lead the show with this. That'd be the first thing we talk about.
I haven't heard. I heard it was trash.
Shit, that's crazy. That shit is hot.
I heard. The only 2 things I heard about it was like this shit was garbage.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
But mind you, it was only 2 things.
That's ridiculous. Can y'all not hear us? Oh no, that's Roddy. Come on, Roddy. You know we struggling out here.
See, Wizzo.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Vibe check on this Friday. Let's go, baby. Let's go one more time. Vibe check. Yeah. We welcome you in here to the Friday. Shout out Young Zell, by the way. Saw him on Good Day Sacramento performing at the California State Fair this Sunday. We welcome you in here to the Friday, July 28th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He is Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Controversy already erupting here in the chatty house. Let's start with
it's in the chatty house. I haven't heard anything, so I don't know.
Let's start with this. Where did you get the Malik Monk tee that you're wearing? Because everybody's asking.
Oh, I forgot.
Oh, you didn't even buy it, huh? Malik sent it to you. Malik sent it to you.
My boy Malik. I got it off one of these Instagram.
Oh, it happens. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. A lot
of NBA shirts like this. I'll find out. I'll let everybody know in a second.
First question we got. First question we got is thoughts on the Travis Scott album. And man, the reaction is conflicting. That album is fire. It's album of the year by far. Nas's Magic 2 last week was incredible. I've run that back in its entirety. It's like 30 minutes long, probably 5 times. It's Nas. It's perfect. This Travis Scott album hit. Like, it's better than Astro World.
Oh, that's a strong ass statement.
It's better.
A strong ass statement. Because I'll tell you like this, and I know I can't always do this in the future, but if is the single the weakest song on the album?
In my opinion, by far.
Okay. All right, that's all.
By far.
Because if
like
if
they
it sounds
wanted
like the single, there's no way
it doesn't. It doesn't. Like they clearly wanted to do what everybody else was doing with that K-pop single with The Weeknd and Bad Bunny.
Okay,
that's
not even a garbage
it's
song.
Not bad.
I just like I was underwhelmed
when it came up on the album. It was like, all right, I guess it's not that bad. I think all of the hype leading into it, like they didn't want us to hear it. Like it was only being played for a select group of people, like over the phone. It was like, all right, you better be dropping the hottest damn record of all time. And it was that.
Yeah.
And it was like, all right, okay. But the album Utopia.
I'm gonna definitely I'm gonna check it out.
And what I love is the record, the track listing doesn't show the features. So like every record is a surprise. It's like, yo, is that? Yo, is that? Like, I mean, and it's like there's 1 or 2 features on every track.
I'm definitely
Drake's on it.
I meant to hear it. I got caught up playing a lot of TM.
Future's on it. 21's on it twice. I'm shocked that people think this album's trash. This album is fire. And I'm not even the biggest Travis Scott dude. Like, Travis Scott has a sound. Like, we had this debate with the Dope Ones like a couple of weeks ago. Like, Travis Scott is a lot like Lil Uzi Vert. He's a hip hop artist, but he's got strong rock star vibes. One of the best performers on the planet right now, Travis Scott. But
I mean,
his live shows are incredible.
It's insane.
But this album hits. I ran it first thing this morning, ran it on my way in here. I'm driving to Napa for the Blue Note Jazz Festival to watch Mary J. Blige tonight.
Yeah.
I'm gonna listen to it then. It hit, man. Yeah, y'all that didn't like it, run it back again and tell me you didn't like it. I thought that album, oh man, it's good.
Okay.
It's good.
Okay, I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna definitely check it out. I mean, I was gonna check it out anyway, but all right.
Some good music dropped. Like Drake dropped this a freestyle today.
Was it like the one he did?
I think Cardi B and Offset dropped the record.
Was the Drake one like his was it the joint he did with the guy from England?
Yeah.
They just put it on.
They just put it on streaming.
That was fire.
That
boy's flow was stupid.
So what am I missing with the girl? The girl that Drake was doing the interview with, that everyone was going crazy. Who the hell is that?
I don't know. She only has like 4 videos on her YouTube page, and Drake's like the biggest one now.
People were going crazy over that.
I don't know. She just did one with Lil Yachty too that I heard was pretty good. It's that different type of humor though, that like deadpan humor.
Yeah, I guess.
Say some stuff.
I watched it. It wasn't for me. I didn't think it was that funny.
I didn't. Yeah, I guess I just didn't get it. It was everywhere. Like everywhere.
It's been everywhere for the last 2 weeks. And it's cool. Like I get the comedy. I didn't look at any of them and be like, yo, this is hilarious. But yeah.
You know what was funny? Shout out to Charlie for alerting me to this, because I missed this on Front Office Sports today. This thing with the Oakland A's in Las Vegas is going really, really well.
Come on, man. Come on now.
The Oakland A's used a series of renderings to land that $38 million public funding thing last month. They've said that those renderings that they used to sell Las Vegas are trash. Like literal trash. He says, we told those groups, you saw the renderings in the newspaper, but go ahead and wad those up for now. We're going to get rid of those. We told you then this was all a work. We told you then this was a dog and pony show. That's all this was. The renderings, all of this stuff. The money in the bank briefcase had already been cashed in. Literally, it had already been cashed in. Yeah. You could have put a sketch from your 7-year-old out there. You could have put a sketch from Ryan out there.
Ryan could have put something out there.
And they would have approved it.
Yeah.
Because that's the game that they're playing right now. And now they're like, oh, no, that was garbage. You know what else was garbage? Because this is what's next, because this is how it works. The amount of money we asked for. See, that was for those renderings. What we need, though, we really need like 500-600. That's really what we need. This whole thing is a mess. And it's getting funnier by the day.
It's a complete mess. I know, talking to Charlie about it, we kind of believe Fisher is gonna have to sell to get this thing to go through. Wherever he goes, whatever he does, like he can't run the team and move it somewhere. Like if he wants to move it to Vegas, he doesn't have the money to do what needs to be done there. He's gonna have to sell at least a share or something like that. I don't know how that would work, but he's gonna have to bring somebody else in. If he wants to move anywhere else, you're gonna have to bring somebody else in. What a awful, like there's people that just are not that bright who have a lot of money, and sometimes it's frustrating.
Stupid people can be rich too.
It's just gotta, like, this guy, you would think all this money he's made and all this other stuff, like he's this real intelligent guy. He hasn't made one intelligent move yet.
No.
I'm not calling him stupid. I'm just saying everything that I've seen.
No, just not bright.
I haven't seen an intelligent move. That's why he's got all that money. I haven't seen a move like that yet.
Dr. David just threw it in the chat. Did you see that they raised the prices for their next reverse boycott night for the ticket prices?
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah. I mean, slime. And you know what? Once again, because this all comes back to him, the person who's letting all this happen.
Yep. Say it.
Rob Manfred. You're just letting it happen.
Yeah, and clearly Major League Baseball owners are upset by it, by approving a 4-year extension for him.
Bro,
now you don't have to call those people in Oakland dumb, but I can call Rob Manfred an idiot. His behavior is disgusting.
It's nasty. And like I was about to say, Vegas don't even care about the A's. Like, if Vegas don't get Major League Baseball,
they get that NBA team.
Don't care.
Wait till they get that NBA team. Ain't gonna be nobody at no Vegas A's or whatever the hell they're gonna be getting.
Vegas is in. I mean, somebody from Vegas can tell me differently if I'm wrong. Vegas is a football basketball town. This is a football basketball town, and then they always get all the fights, UFC and boxing. It's a football basketball town. They don't care about baseball. I'm not saying they're not good at baseball, like, in the pipeline and all this other stuff, but come on, man. They don't care about this. They don't care.
The A's will land there before LeBron's, the Las Vegas LeBrons, right? The timeline has to be.
Like if everything happens.
Yeah, if everything happens the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good question. I don't know if that will happen.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's going to go down like that.
Someone mentioned this earlier. Someone said Oakland should just walk away. I mean, excuse me, that Vegas should just walk away. Can they?
Yeah, I mean,
man Roddy said that. Can they just say, you know what, forget it?
I think so. I mean, no dollars they've approved. If they start, then they'll pay for it, but it ain't even starting. To my knowledge, I could be wrong. You guys are right. It's a hockey town too. The Vegas Knights are huge out there. So that's another thing that they care about more than baseball. But I feel like they can walk away, right? Like, just thinking about like Sacramento stuff when things were approved, but not. Well, I don't think anything was ever approved, right?
No, I don't think so. No.
It's just an agreement.
They were like
that
fake
if you
ballots
guys
on the
fake
measures on the ballot.
I feel like it's just an agreement that, like, if you guys say, for instance, Fisher, if you guys do your part and find somebody that can construct this thing and do whatever the case may be, we'll do our part and pay what we need to pay. But if they never find the person and the company to even start putting the shovel in the ground, there's nothing to pay for. There's nothing to pay for. So.
What a mess.
It's a joke.
What an absolute mess.
And these fools hadn't even filed the relocation paperwork.
So, and that leads me to believe, we talked about that. That leads me to believe clearly they're unsure about all this. They're not 100. I don't think Oakland is your boy. I don't think he's 100% sure this is a thing. I don't think Fisher is 100% sure this move to Vegas has happened.
Because he's like, I can't really do nothing.
Or Vegas might just be like, why don't you hold off on them papers, bro? Because right now we've approved this, but you haven't presented us with anything that moves us.
Yeah.
I'm with Roddy. Vegas needs to fall back.
Just
fall back. Just
walk away. And
just wait for the Vegas LeBrons to come in and
Vegas LeBrons will come in. And like I said yesterday, Major League Baseball at some point might want to go to 32. And you get one of those instead of dealing with the A's. And no disrespect to the A's, it's the ownership, really.
Yeah, it's 100% the ownership, and it feels like this has to end with Fish. Well, I guess it doesn't, because unless Rob Manfred said so, like Adam Silver, the Clippers situation had to end with Donald Sterling out of the league.
Mm-hmm.
That was Adam Silver.
Mm-hmm.
It's what David Stern wanted, but David Stern couldn't find the ground to make it happen.
Right.
Fisher clearly has an ally in Rob Manfred. He was out here talking trash about Oakland in the what would they call it, the reverse boycott night, where he was like, yeah, it looked like a average MLB game in other cities.
And look, this guy Manfred, he's got all the power and he can't even get it done.
Nope.
Like how you gonna have all the power and you can't get the job done?
One more baseball note. Aaron Judge back in the lineup for the New York Yankees tonight. I know he's been away I didn't realize, man, he's been out for almost 2 months.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Man, I guess time flies.
Good, man. Good to see Arson Judge back.
Indeed. Arson is back. We'll come back. We'll dive into the NBA. Had a couple of thoughts regarding teams on the come up, teams that might be falling out next year. Plus NFL ahead. We'll talk Sean Payton. He's a little sucker. Plus top 25 games of the King season. Game number 16. Woo wee! It's a good hour. All the heart palpitations in this one. It's gonna be a good Friday here with D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yo, we got a pretty dope celebration for the 50th anniversary of hip hop coming up. We'll tell you about it next week, but we started work on it yesterday. It's going to be put together over the weekend. It's going to be pretty awesome. And I think you're going to be able to download it, which we weren't really sure about at first, but I think you're going to be able to download it. It's going to be awesome.
So I asked a simple question on Twitter, just trying to figure out some things.
Okay.
No shade intended whatsoever to MMA, and MMA people are crazy. And it's gone to, like, the one thing, can I say this? I'll say it. I'm not afraid to say it. UFC MMA typically has a white audience.
Mm-hmm.
Boxing is more Mexican, black. And then even in the UK, that's a whole, that's not a race, but that's a country that, they love their boxing. We see what goes on in Japan with Inoue, Tim Tszyu in Australia.
Tag this, get them views
their
up.
Boxing. But we got people talking about boxing is for old heads. Sir, I just don't think you understand.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
I don't think you understand. It's not in your I don't want to say demographic, but it's just not we got two different timelines. It's two different Americas. They're two different worlds. This is what it comes down to. I don't know anybody.
I do not feel like boxing is an old head thing at all.
No, not at all. It is black people, Mexican people, like at the top. Thing. And then like I said, you have different countries that support their fighters. They do a great job of it. But yeah, I we say it all the time. It's two different Americas, two different timelines.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody. I don't know 5 people. I shouldn't say anybody. I don't know 5 people that like get hyped for UFC. That doesn't mean UFC ain't popping. Of course it is. It's just not in my people that I'm around. They don't fool with it like that.
I'll tune in for like the big fights, stuff like that, but I'm never like, oh, this UFC card or whatever.
Like I said, I like the big fights. I checked out mainly because I like to see him get his ass beat. When Conor broke his leg, I watched that. I watched a couple other, like the really big ones. I'll check them out, but I ain't following it day to day. And I don't know anybody in my circle that's following it day to day. Once again, that don't mean it's not popping.
I think you are onto something though, with it being like a cultural thing too, with the two sports.
Man, you saw when our guy Josh was fighting, and what was that crowd was looking, and what that crowd was doing, what they were chanting, what was going, like, all right, and that's cool.
I did tap in to watch my man Josh, though.
Yeah, I watch Josh. I'll watch it. I'll occasionally watch UFC. I don't think the sport is trash. I think the commissioner is a piece of shit. And then the way that he goes about business, those are two different things. Fighters are fine. I don't have no issue with the fighters. I wish they'd stand up for themselves, but
yeah, that dude really doesn't pay him anything, and they're cool with it.
That's not my problem.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like that ain't doing nothing for me. I just wish they would stand up, but I don't have a problem with the fighters.
Yeah, I'll be weak in the knees. Yeah, this is a good point. I was going to mention this 316. I feel like the UFC stuff has gotten really oversaturated. Like it went from, you know, you'd have, it's not far off from WWE, like where you'd have events that then it became, well, there's a pay-per-view event, but there's a Friday night event. So many of these companies, and I think this is true for the NFL too, is they feel like more is better.
Right. And
we were having a conversation during the commercial break about UFC and boxing. And I think one thing that's really hurt UFC specifically, not necessarily talking about MMA as a sport, but I'm talking about UFC specifically, is they locked up that ESPN deal, that ESPN Plus deal. And it felt like the amount of fights, it felt like they were having a fight card every day.
Yeah.
It was like Tuesday night fights, midweek fights. It's like, wait a minute, tune into the fighter. Like, what the hell is going on here? There used to be like one every few weeks, one every month or whatever. And now it's just a ton.
And maybe, you know, we are conditioned, you know, by the way we were brought up or whatever. But in my opinion, boxing, MMA, those type of combat fight, they're not meant to be Major League Baseball. Like where you get a broadcast every day. Not meant to be NBA. In some respects, it's not even meant to be football. You're not supposed to get like this great fight every week, because if you got a great fight every week, then you just would get numb to it. It's like, oh, it's just another fight. Part of the thing that makes it special, now boxing does a poor job of like going way too long between great fights. This year has been a little different, but
fight of the year every weekend this year.
It's been a hell of a
and this
year.
is the one. I just want to be clear. This is the one on Saturday.
We're in agreement. This is the one.
I was more hyped for Tank versus Ryan, but this is huge. This is definitely huge right here.
This fight party?
Fight party.
Yeah,
okay.
Like you need to find this fight wherever you are.
Yeah, that's the one. But like I was saying, like once every month, once every other month, you know, especially now, here's the other thing. This is why you can't be Major League Baseball and you can't be NBA. If you're asking people to pay $60, $70 every month, now that's a problem. So that's why you can't put the best fights on every single month. And UFC, they have a $50 pay-per-view every month.
USC's got to stop calling every fighter the best fighter of all time in their division too. They do that a lot, I feel like.
Well, I mean, I think things that hurt UFC, and you tell me, I don't feel like this is a thing in boxing, is you get a week out from a fight and someone's dropping out. And then you're creating an interim title. And now there's probably like 7 middleweight heavyweight champions or middleweight champions. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
This is now they're fighting to unify them. It's like, okay, wait a minute. Is this the WWE? What the hell is this? Randy Orton versus John Cena? What is this?
Well, look, boxing has that issue because they got too many sanctioning bodies. That's where
that's 100%.
That's where
true.
UFC has boxing, at least perception wise, and I think in reality as well. It's like you got one, well, until the snares you laid out just now, but you've got one UFC lightweight champion. And that's the champ. As opposed to in boxing, you do have 4 boxing commissions, and then you've got they do have interims all over the place, and they got people that are fighting. I don't even know what they're getting a belt for. They be having a belt like this ain't. You're not even the WBC champion in the lightweight. You're not even interim. Why do you have a belt? What is this belt?
They got them on shopwwe.com and took it to the
Where
ring.
you get this belt from? So that's the problem with boxing. But I only say that to say, like,
all combat sports have issues.
Yeah, they got their own issues. I think they're great in their own right. I know me personally, it ain't never UFC versus boxing. It's 2 different things.
Yeah,
that's like me saying Major League Baseball versus golf.
Yeah, no,
like, they're 2 separate entities. I don't rock with UFC. I don't watch it, and it's not even because of the fights. It's because I don't like broken bones, and there's always a chance of that with UFC. That's the main reason why I don't watch. Other than that, them dudes is fine.
Yeah,
it's whatever.
Okay. We was just talking.
We just talking.
We just
podding.
We just podding today.
It's Friday, bro.
Yeah, we just podding today. That's what we doing, man. We're so happy. We are a podcast after all. If you want to get in on the phone lines, man, most definitely do that. 916-909-1320. A responsible radio show host would tell you. Kyle Madson coming up here in the 2:00 hour. We'll talk 49ers football with the host of Candlestick Chronicles. We'll also talk with James Ham as we do each and every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday here on the show. He'll be with us at 3:00. as the NBA offseason continues and power rankings are putting out there and all of these different things are going on. Jesse posed a really good question about, and, you know, we often, you know, I joked about Isaiah Thomas during the Summer League. Clearly never have seen any Sacramento King play before other than Doug Christie, obviously, but he really didn't have anything to offer that broadcast. But when you listen to Beth Mowens and PJ Carlissimo, PJ particularly, but I mean, Beth did too. PJ particularly was just raving about Sacramento and talked about the season that they had, talked specifically about Keegan Murray and De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. He talked about Malik Monk's impact. Like, he was a guy who clearly watched Sacramento Kings basketball, and he was a guy who was really high on them, as was Beth Mowens, as was a number of other analysts. It's just that combo was standing out in my head, and they were singing the praises of the Sacramento Kings and what they think this team might look like next year. So they were kind of that. And of course, when you tell the story of the Sacramento Kings, particularly last year's team, you do have to tell the story of the 16, you know, straight seasons. You have to tell the story of the organizational instability. I don't think you have to tell that story next year, but it was part of what this team's story was. And as I look ahead to next season, I wondered, like, is there, you know, Sacramento, it feels like, especially for someone on the outside, was a pretty extreme example of a rags to riches story. I mean, 16 years, that's one thing. Yeah. I think we did a good job of separating the organizational name versus this version of the team. And that's why we often pointed out, like, 16 years, probably not fair to talk about, but De'Aaron Fox had his own playoff drought going. Yeah. It was about 6 years. Yeah. That's a fair conversation. But we felt like this team was inching closer and closer to that ending. But ending, no one, at least until probably January, February, really thought this team, well, wait a minute. Not only is it ending, this thing is really ending. Like, this is a top 3 team. Yeah, this team's playing a home playoff series. Is there a team like that in the league next year? Now, it doesn't have to be quite as extreme, because I don't know that there's an extreme one, but is there a team that maybe missed the play-in that could make the playoffs, or maybe finished comfortably below 500 that, you know, could finish well above 500 and you know, be, if nothing else, at the top of the play-in tournament? Like, is there a Sacramento Kings, a 2023 Sacramento Kings type team out there?
First, you know, the first team that comes to my mind is the Orlando Magic.
You really do like the Magic.
Yeah.
Orlando last year, 34-48. I get it. 6+ games out of the playoffs, or play-in, excuse me. I get it. You know who I'll say, though, I knew this one would come up. Chatty House is flooding us with OKC. Raul says OKC, Black Basketball Channel. I don't see them as that. Yeah. I thought they were good this year.
Yeah,
I didn't think OKC was.
They don't fit what the Kings did last year.
Yeah, they were.
The Kings won what, 33 games or something like that. 31.
Stop pushing up Luke Walton's record. I think it was 30.
They need to add about 26 wins on the Luke's career record.
Why?
Giving them things to Steve Kerr.
No, I think that was like 40. That was a lot. Nah, he don't get those. Draymond gets those.
Is that before or after he tried to fight Steve Kerr in the locker room?
That was before. That was before.
I'll never forget that guy. Look, some people say it just happens all the time. This dude, like, tried to curse out and threaten Steve Kerr in the locker room in OKC. Wow.
He get punished for that?
No, absolutely not.
So the only thing so far he's been punished for is yelling at Kevin Durant. But now that we've moved, now that we've set the parameters regarding Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma City's a fine answer, by the way. I just don't think they fit
they don't fit the criteria.
Like, Oklahoma City being good next year shouldn't shock you.
Yeah.
But I like Black Basketball Channel's answer, and I don't know that they qualify either. But I think the Indiana Pacers won 35 games last year. But, you know, there is a caveat to it. They essentially don't want to say they quit, but they shut down Tyrese Halliburton, and you
Mhm.
kind of knew what was going to
Mhm.
happen. At least you had a pretty good idea of what was going to happen when you shut down Tyrese Halliburton. So I don't hate that answer. That was the first team that came to my mind. If you wanted to argue, oh, they shouldn't qualify either. Okay, I get that, but I think the Pacers are a team that's going to be good next year. I can't figure out if they're top 6, but I think they're going to be significantly 10 plus 10-ish, 10 plus or minus, but maybe plus 10, 11 wins
No,
next
they
year.
wouldn't be minus.
Yeah, they wouldn't be minus. Yeah, that's why I tried to cut that off. Thanks for not letting it slide. Really appreciate that. Get you a partner that doesn't have your back like that.
I'm really looking at the league. I think there's only 2. Well,
I do like Orlando, by the way. I like
maybe
I
there's
like
3
that.
answers.
Okay.
If you want to make the argument, and I don't think any of these teams are going to get where the Kings got as far as 3. I think the year before were the Bulls. I think they were 5. The year before that were the Knicks. They were 4. I don't think any of these teams will get that high.
Okay.
I'm thinking maybe 6 at best,
Okay.
but really a playing team. But the 3 teams are Indiana, Orlando, and Charlotte.
So Charlotte was the other one I was thinking.
Mhm.
It kind of feels outrageous. 27-55 last year. Steve Clifford, which I'm sure I don't understand Steve Clifford at all, nor do I understand the relationship between the Charlotte Hornets and Steve Clifford. But context is important, right? You know, Bridges is gone. LaMelo injured. You really just you didn't really have a strong roster out there.
No.
You might have had a strong roster period, and remember, this was a back-to-back playing team. They lost in the play-in in consecutive years.
Yeah,
I think they were, and I can look this up. I think I could look this up really quick. I can. I think they were in the range of like 39 wins. Charlotte,
when they made the play-in and everything.
No, they were 43-39.
Yeah,
they were 43-39 the year before, and the season before that. They were 33-39. But yeah, Charlotte's certainly a team.
If I want to get creative, I feel like I can make that argument. I mean, their best player, LaMelo Ball, played 36 games last year. That's 23 points, 6 rebounds, 8 assists out of your lineup. You talked about Miles Bridges, and basketball-wise, what he brings to the table. You'd be, getting him back. You get a pick like Brandon Miller in there as well. So I think Charlotte, more than anybody, probably fits the criteria.
Yeah, I like the Charlotte one a lot.
Yeah, I think as Isaiah Thomas once said, I fit the criteria, but I wasn't selected. That's what Zeke said.
I fit the criteria, but that's an all-timer. That is an all-time.
They did do
moment.
him dirty, though. Somebody said, don't put him on this team.
Yeah, it was Chuck Daly.
Mm.
Chuck Daly was like, I don't want that dude on this team.
That'd be cold.
Maybe it was somebody else. Maybe.
Well, Mike Sanderdike said, oh, I didn't say nothing about that.
He's lying, right?
You know what?
Because he lied about the pizza.
He lied about, but you know what adds more credence to the fact that he probably lied is that they were trying so hard to get him to play.
Yeah.
And he was like, look,
Right.
man, all right, I'll play. If Isaiah's there, I ain't playing. That sounds more plausible than Chuck
100%.
Daly.
The Chuck Daly thing is, well, no, they do what they say. He wanted Joe Dumars instead. Like, they built this whole story around.
Yeah, Chuck, that would be
Chuck,
crazy.
And you know why you do that? You see this in movies all the time. You know why they do that? Because Chuck ain't here. Chuck ain't here to say, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I didn't do that. Yeah, it's all right. Because ain't nobody ever gonna say a bad thing about Chuck Daly.
No.
They was say, hey, just put the heat on Chuck.
Damn.
That's the way he would have wanted it.
I fit the criteria. I just wasn't selected.
Poor Isaiah.
So another team,
Isaiah, was he on Dream Team too?
Yeah, he was on 2.
Oh man,
The
tough.
world
You
basketball
almost-
championship team.
You almost have to decline that one. Like, I think he was on that team. With all due respect, I think Glenn Rice was on that squad. Chuck Person might have been on
so
it.
I'm gonna have to go look now, see what it is. I think Glenn Rice was on that squad.
Again,
Akeem Olajuwon was
with all
on
due
there.
respect. Was Larry Johnson on that squad?
Oh, he might have been.
I know Shaq
was on that squad. Yeah.
Shaq
Let's
fit the
see.
criteria. He just wasn't selected. They had too many centers.
See, this is ridiculous here. And he should have been on.
I think John Stockton played a combined 60 seconds in the Olympics too.
Yeah, poor John Stockton. Well, not poor John Stockton, but John Stockton running around Barcelona. Nobody even know who he is.
Dude literally got his face on his shirt, and they don't know who he is.
Oh, this team was nasty. Hold on.
Okay.
I don't even. This isn't everybody, but we got Sean Kemp,
Okay.
Derek Coleman.
Oh,
I think that's Larry Johnson, Reggie Miller, Kevin Johnson.
oh wow! I forgot about that.
Mark Price, Dan Marley, Shaq, Alonzo Mourning, Dominique Wilkins. I feel like there's a couple guys missing here too. I'm looking at a picture right
Yeah, I was like, I feel like you. Okay. All right.
Mitch was
None
on.
of what you just said is true.
What do you mean?
Dream Team 2.
So this is what. So okay, hold on. Before you go any further, when you Google it, they try to say Dream Team 2 was the '96 Olympic team. I distinctly remember Dream Team 2 being that team that played in the World Basketball.
No, Dream Team 2 was the Olympic team.
They were calling this team Dream Team 2. It depends on who you ask, because once again, I'm
Oh,
talking.
that's not what I
I
meant.
pulled up something right here. Dream Team 2, the cocky champions history forgot. We remember Dream Team, but it's the successor in 1994 is often forgotten. So it depends on who you ask. I look at that as Dream Team 2.
Okay, fair enough, because Wikipedia has 1996 labeled as Dream Team 3.
Oh, I thought I saw somewhere they had them as labeled Dream Team 2.
Well, maybe you just edited it. Maybe somebody just edited it as we're having this conversation.
Oh no, what happened is I typed in Dream Team 2 and they brought up the 96
Dream Team
Olympic
2 was the moniker for the lesser known 1994 USA men's basketball team, or excuse me, men's basketball world championship team, with a winning combination of veteran players. So Dream Team 3 was Chuck, Penny, Grant Hill,
yeah.
Karl Malone, Reggie Miller, Olajuwon, Shaq, the Glove, Scotty, Mitch, David Robinson, and John Stockton again. Just keep putting John Stockton on these Olympic teams. So Isaiah wasn't even on the Olympic squad.
Yeah, I think he was on the second, the Dream Team 2.
So he won a world championship.
Yeah. I wish I
Man.
could find that roster. I can't find that roster. Because I know what's in that picture.
Yeah, they don't even got a Wikipedia page. That Dream Team 2 doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
Maybe
They're like,
Isaiah
look,
wasn't on there.
We ain't even talking about them.
Maybe he wasn't on that team.
I
They
thought
got
Isaiah
Joe
was on
Dumars.
one of
I
them.
thought he was too, but maybe he wasn't. I think Isaiah has a gold medal though from playing on one of the college teams. Maybe.
Well, let's find out.
Getting derailed.
Isaiah got a gold from the 1979 Pan American Games.
Oh, damn. Damn, Isaiah.
Oh man. Zeke. No wonder Zeke was so flustered over this. What year did Isaiah retire?
92? 90, maybe 94. Maybe he retired.
I think it was, it looks like it. Okay, so that explains why he wasn't on 96. Yeah, 94.
That was a shot.
That was it.
That team that
and he didn't want to play with Derek Coleman.
Derek Coleman. Derek Coleman was supposed to be next.
Oh, Derek Coleman. I like Derek Coleman.
He was supposed to be next.
Derek Coleman, I think, famously with his warm-up zipped over his face during the Carl Lewis.
And the Rockets. Wrangler!
Careful, we're going to get a copyright notice.
Yeah, that team that I mentioned for Dream Team 2, that was the team. I thought there was somebody else, but yeah.
Do you know Isaiah's middle name?
Aloysius. No, I think that's Patrick Ewing's.
It is
name.
Patrick Ewing's. Lord.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Isaiah Lord Thomas III.
I did not know that.
You know what bothered me? Because I know you watched this recently, and they call me Magic, is they just start talking about Isaiah Thomas. They don't really introduce, because they know each other. They're close, like they're clearly very, very close before basketball stuff, like NBA stuff. But they never tell you how. Just all of a sudden, they're talking about Isaiah in conversation as if they already set the backstory for Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah.
And I thought I missed something, and I didn't. They never made the introduction.
I think they had a brief mention of they played pickup ball together. Once again, I think they had to know each other before that, or maybe they didn't. But yeah, it was just like, really, he gets introduced when Magic has that terrible NBA Finals, and Isaiah's like, "Yeah, we was working out. And, you know, he wouldn't stop. Like he was going at everybody though." I was like, "Oh, okay, all right, Isaiah."
But it was weird.
Aren't they
I
around
feel
the
like y'all
same
missed
age?
something.
Didn't Isaiah
62.
I'm trying to think of it, because he played on that Indiana team that went undefeated. What was that, 80? Was that 81? I don't know. We're getting way deep in the weeds.
That's what we do. And it was 81.
Your
memory is stupid.
The undefeated team, or when he got drafted?
No, when he won the championship, 1981, the NCAA championship.
Last team to go undefeated, I think, in men's basketball.
Yeah, Kentucky didn't do it. Where did Kentucky lose?
It wasn't the Four.
It was the Final Four?
They lost to Wisconsin. Willie Cauley-Stein on that team.
Willie Cauley-Stein, yep.
People got mad because they didn't shake Wisconsin's hand.
Okay. All right. Let me just double check Magic's age, because obviously that's just really important to what we're doing right now. Magic, 63. So yeah, they're the same age. Magic's birthday's coming up. Celebrate Magic Johnson. He'll be 64 in a couple weeks.
If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to figure out how we got to Dream Team 2. Isaiah Thomas.
I have no idea how we got here.
Isaiah Thomas is how we got. Oh, because somebody, the Pacers or the Hornets, somebody fit the criteria.
Oh, that's what it was. It was Charlotte. Charlotte fit the criteria. The Isaiah Thomas quote. I need to.
How did we get all the way to the undefeated Indiana national champion?
Or Willie Cauley-Stein in Kentucky not shaking hands with Wisconsin. I'm gonna get music like this. How did we get here? Well, about 25 minutes ago, we were talking about teams that could make the jump that the Sacramento Kings made last year.
Bad. That's on me. That was on me.
It's fine.
You know who I like? Charlotte is one of the teams that would fit the criteria.
I think the three that you named are solid. Charlotte are probably the best, too, in my opinion. Charlotte, Indiana, and Orlando.
Right. Another team that would kind of fit the criteria, but I don't think they're going to pull it off, is Washington.
Oh, that's not what I thought you were going to say.
What did you think I was going to say?
Well, I thought you were begrudgingly going to say, well, no, they don't. They don't fit the criteria. They don't fit the criteria.
Detroit?
No.
Portland?
No, Detroit definitely fits the criteria.
Yeah.
Portland definitely fits the criteria.
Detroit would exceed the criteria.
Yeah. Detroit would be the miracle of 2024. Marvin Bagley averaged a triple-double on the season.
But Washington, they get some new guys. They make a franchise-altering trade or whatever.
It doesn't count. It doesn't fit the criteria. I'm acknowledging that now. But Dallas was 38-44 last year. But they're better than that, right?
Yeah, a little better than that.
Okay.
They should be in the play-in.
44
That
wins.
that sounds about right. Sounds about right. How do we look at New Orleans?
Well, New Orleans was above 500 last year. They were 42-40. If we're sticking with the plus or minus, because there's no given that they're out, I don't know that I'd go above +2. So can I ask a part 2 to this question? I know you like to ask questions, but we can, roll reverse here today.
Let's leave them hanging. Let's leave a cliffhanger here.
I ask a question next on D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320. This isn't going to work. I can't remember the positioner. Just call it off. Just call it off. Just call it off. It's... You didn't even have the nuts to say that on the stream, did you?
You didn't have the Coco Jones to
Didn't
say
have
that.
the Coco Joneses.
Oh man, that is hilarious though. That's the one.
It was hard to dress because it was like I checked the weather last night. It was like 65 degrees at 9 o'clock.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, Napa. I was like, wait, how the hell am I going to dress for the day?
Damn. Napa tripping.
I'm like, tripping, bring it on.
Well, like, how am I supposed to dress? You know what's
it's 99 here, 97.
You know what's not getting talked about enough, in my opinion, is the Sacramento weather has been beautiful the last week or so. Week to 10 days. Beautiful summer weather. It's hot. Let you know it's summer, but it's not scalding. It's been perfect. They don't get enough credit, man. Sacramento don't get enough credit. The meteorologists here in Sacramento, not getting enough credit for telling us the temperature here and what's been going on.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need Katrina and Ramsey to chill because y'all giving me anxiety about this drive to Napa. So just
what are they talking about? How long it's gonna take?
Y'all need to just you need to dip out that last hour and leave it to Ham and KC. It's no joke.
If you need to do it,
I ain't gonna do that. I mean, I might change my mind depending on the next couple hours. Oh yeah, this is gonna be bad. Because it's bad now, it's gonna be bad later.
Worst case scenario, you get there at 7 o'clock. That's what I say.
Yeah. All I need to do is get there in time to see Mary and.
Do me a favor and videotape when she starts dancing.
Gotcha.
Say, go, Mary.
Videotape.
Go,
do you want me to bring a camera? You want me to bring like a Sony, like Shaq at the dunk contest?
Go, Mary. Go, Mary.
Dave Garcia, you in the chat? I'm just seeing your email right now. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you so much, man. Thank you.
How can I love somebody else? When it's time to let go. Thanks, in Bandy. Appreciate you, brother. I just do what I can. It's the summertime.
Oh, Chester about to hit the road for Taylor Swift, man. He got the ticket. Man.
T Sizzle, who somebody had a wild prediction about the other day.
Oh my God. Yeah, that guy.
That prediction was crazy.
That was, yeah, our people are wild, man. I'm like, man.
Oh man, I love it here.
I know Sean P never watches the show, but if he happens to see this, I'm sorry. I'm responding to the text you sent 3 weeks ago today. I thought it was a scam, bro. Yo, it's Dave Garcia's birthday. Yo.
Wait, what? Hey, yo.
Yo.
Yep.
those are on air horns. Yo, man, big shout out.
Yeah.
Our brother Dave Garcia Designs.
My
Dave
man.
Garcia 209 here in the chat, man. Happy birthday, brother.
Absolutely.
That's
man.
what's
big
up,
time,
man.
Just a day over 22.
Come on, man. That dude getting his first drink today.
True.
That's not true because Drew Down hipped me to the Tracy contingent of the Chatty House hanging out.
Oh, we go
remember,
hard and Tracy.
Remember the day we was talking about Draymond and Drew Down was really, really aggressive. It turns out he had a couple of drinks. Dave had gotten him a little fired up, so he started getting super strong in the chat after a couple beers, defending his boy.
Hey, man, you got to do what you got to do, man. I ain't mad at him.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that.
I ain't mad at him.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Happy birthday to our man, Dave Garcia. That's great stuff right there. We were talking about teams that could potentially make the ascension that the Sacramento Kings made last year, teams that missed the playoffs, missed the play-in, but have something that could, that could catapult them potentially to the playoffs, the top 6 spot, or at worst, a play-in. Charlotte, Indiana, and Orlando are a couple of teams that come to mind immediately. It doesn't feel like anyone in the West can do it. I don't think Utah wants to do it. Portland, no. I don't think so.
I think you asked me this question the other day, and I was ask it back to you in this scenario. I guess what you think about Houston?
I like Houston a lot, but I don't like them to do what we're talking about. Like I'm gonna watch Houston.
They got some vets there now, and Jabari Smith is looking really good. Jalen Green is looking good.
That's who I'm really rooting for, Jabari Smith. So if we just,
I'm not going to completely dismiss it.
It's plus 18 at worst, plus 18
to get to the play-in.
Yep. That's a jump.
That's a lot.
That's a jump. They were 22-60 last year.
Dang, that's a lot.
I think they might get to 30, but I think they'll still be pretty bad. The Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks stuff, I think that's kind of fooling everyone just because they had to give that money out to somebody.
Well, I agree with that. But what about your boy?
He's a good coach, but he's a good coach, but like we got to see what the players can do.
No, you're right. You're right. They're going to be, but they're not. They're going to be far better than a 22-win team. I don't think there's going to be a 20. Okay, I don't think there's going to be a 22-win team in the conference. There were 2 last year.
Okay,
San Antonio and Houston.
I
don't think San Antonio is a 22-win team again. I don't think Houston's a 22-win team. I'm having a really difficult time with Portland, and I really don't know what Utah is doing.
So here's a funny little scenario, funny little situation. And maybe my math is off. Somebody help me out if the math is off. But I'm trying to figure this out. But everybody's like 48 wins ain't going to get it done. That's going to be more like 60. It's going to be back to a regular season of 50, 60 win teams and all this other stuff.
You're talking about as it pertains to Sacramento?
Sacramento and just the league is going to go back. Like 48 ain't going to be the 3 seed.
Are you saying the league is going to turn up?
The league is going to turn up.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure because we've lived through this a couple of times.
The league's
so I
going
just
to
want
be
to make sure.
So, well, that's what the people are saying, right? But I don't think what you said is wrong or crazy or anything else like that, where you said you don't think there's going to be a 22-win team in the Western Conference again. So both can't happen, right? Like you need Detroit, more 22-win teams to get to 60, 50 wins. If these teams have higher win totals, we can't have a 60-win team and 3 50-win teams or something like that.
Yeah, so I'll follow that up with I don't think there's going to be a 60-win team in the conference either. Not Denver.
What did Denver win last year?
53. And I don't think Phoenix is winning 60 games.
Hell no.
I don't think the Clippers are winning 60 games. I don't think Sacramento's winning 60 games.
No.
I don't think there's a 60-win team in the conference. There wasn't a 60-win team in the league last year. 58, 57, 54, 51. That was the top of the East.
I would say right now, I think the West is going to resemble what it looked like more than last year, more than people realize.
I don't have a problem with that at all. I have absolutely no problem with that. But I don't know how to make the math work on that. Because I think Oklahoma City.
Well, how the math would work on that is Memphis
22.
loses 5 to 7 more games than they did last year.
Okay.
And maybe that's where OKC comes up. Somebody gonna fall.
But Phoenix is probably winning more games, right?
Maybe. I could see Phoenix being around the same.
The Lakers?
Mm.
You got the Warriors winning more. You've already gone on wax with that.
Yeah, I might have to run that back. Run it back.
The Warriors winning more.
I said 50. I said I could see them winning.
Yeah, well,
50.
I think we got it down to 48 to 50.
Yeah, I think
that's +4.
You know where it might happen too?
We pretty much got every team in the West improving, and it just doesn't work.
Well, you know where it might happen too is maybe this thing really implodes with New Orleans and they don't win 42.
Well, I was looking at somebody else.
Who you looking
I was thinking the same thing you were. I was just looking at somebody
else. Utah?
I thought you knew who I was going to say because it's the team that I'm just constantly am waiting for. It's Minnesota. I don't understand Minnesota for nothing.
I think Minnesota might have not found something out where there'll be a top team, but I think that towards the end of the season they kind of this kind of works.
Or we so?
Yeah, I think so. But I still think they'll be around where they're at now. And look, when we talk about around where they're at now, they were 2 games out of the 6th spot. So I think
I just don't
5 to 9, maybe even 5 to 10 is going to be bunched up again. These teams are going to beat up on each other.
Yep, I see that. I just don't like Minnesota.
No, it's okay.
I don't know what to say. I just don't like that team. I don't understand them. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get that.
How much
team.
of an effect do you think John missing the first 25 games is going to have on Memphis?
I don't know.
I think it's going to have a real effect. And I think a lot of people are like going with they play well without him anyway. I don't think that's going to happen this year. I think they're going to I don't think they're going to fall off the map, but
yeah.
I think they're going to damn, when is Jock coming back? We kind of need him.
Well, if you know me, then you know what I'm going to say. And you should know too. Marcus. I think that works. I think that works for them.
Yeah. They could.
I don't know if they're 51 wins. To answer your question, I don't think it does. I don't think it has a big impact. It doesn't have an impact that they'll be like, Ja needs to come back. I don't think that's ever going to happen during these 25 games. Let's get Kamara in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Kamara?
What's going on, fellas? Number 1, KC.
Yes, sir.
You ready for tomorrow?
Come on, man. You know I'm ready. Big fish. You know what I'm saying? It's strap season. You know what I'm saying? You know what's going on over here, baby. Can't wait.
What
Who you got?
We going round?
Well, I think it's gonna go to distance.
You think distance? Okay.
That's my first thought. After seeing, the energy yesterday at the press conference, I tweeted it out. I think they might have some. I'm not gonna say it's exactly this, but they might have some Hagler Hearns in them. I think there's a lot of energy in there. I think they're gonna go toe to toe at some point.
I kind of feel like they're not box office, man. Like I feel like this number 1, the fight should be bigger, but those guys' personalities is dry, bro.
No, neither one of them are charismatic. You know what I mean? So that's something that they lack. But fight doing over 1 million pay-per-view buys.
I believe it. Or y'all talking about it? I believe it.
Yeah. Secondly, I mean, we could keep talking, but I know Damien don't really care for this conversation. Right?
Hey, it's not about me, man. It's about what people want to hear. It don't bother me a bit. I'll just lay out, let y'all. I'll just listen and learn.
Well, the 13th round is going to be hosted by Damien today.
It is?
Oh, okay. Okay.
News to me.
Yeah. Might be the 12.5 round. Yeah. I don't know what Davy's going to talk about.
I'm going to be Robert. No mas.
Yeah.
No mas.
Y'all catch the Travis Scott album?
Yeah. What's your opinion on it? Because we had a discussion to start the show about it. What was your opinion on it?
I mean, for me, it's given like Yachty Tyler Kanye type type
Strong
of feel.
Kanye vibes. Yeah. Strong Kanye vibes for sure.
Like My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy. I feel like it's the twisted fantasy of this generation. I mean, I do like the uniqueness of like the album when it goes in different directions. And Travis got an ear for production, man.
Yeah. Did you like it?
I do like it. I do like the album.
I loved it.
I hadn't heard it yet.
I think it's album of the year. I know your boy Nas dropped last week, but I think this is album of the year. It's incredible. And Kamara, he's spot on with that. As I was listening to it, the first go round, I was like, man, this sounds like Kanye, and you and I were talking about this yesterday. My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy on. Like that changed. My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy changed Kanye's sound, and it kind of defined the Kanye sound we would know for the next
couple
decade. Yeah. And this has a strong, I mean, one of them is a black skinhead. It's basically black skinhead slightly modified, but that's what the record is. But yeah, it definitely has that feel to it.
Travis going for the gusto. He had to come back strong, and it sounds like he did.
He did. Yeah, he did. I'm telling you, I think it's better than Astro World.
That's strong. That when you said that kind of shook me. Because Astro World is.
I'm just one man. That's just my opinion.
That one kind of shook me.
I think it's better than Astro World. I'm gonna run it back. And according to Ramsey and Katrina, on my 4-hour drive to Napa. But if that's the case, I'll run it back twice. And if I have to change my mind, I'll go to Twitter and change my mind. But I'm about 1 run and a half through it, and it got better on my way into the studio.
Nas got the best longevity for a rapper as far as like dropping hits over however long. Because I feel like Jay-Z still.
Yeah. Nas, I mean, look, we can don't make me do this, but Nas, what was the last hit Nas had? That doesn't mean he doesn't have great songs.
Well,
the last 3 albums been phenomenal. But
could Nas make a hit today? Because he's such a unique. Like Nas has dropped like. When did King's Disease drop? Because there's 3 of them.
That was probably about 3 years ago.
Okay, so there's 3 King's Diseases, and there's 2 Magics.
He had a single on that one.
That's 5 albums in like 3 years.
Yeah,
but I don't know what.
I don't know if he could drop a hit single. I think he could be on a feature though.
Oh, he absolutely could be on a feature.
He could be on.
But I also don't think that's how he write records anymore.
No.
Like radio records, like we were talking about.
He writes records just to
write. Yeah, like we were talking about the K-pop, the Travis Scott, the single. Like, I don't want this, but that's an outlier on the album. But it's what they're doing.
Yeah,
it's what Drake did. It's what Ty Dolla $ign did.
Yeah,
it's like, all right, that's the sound right now. All right, make you one record. Could have done without that being the single, but I get it. It's gonna be a hit. It's gonna get played on the radio. It's gonna get run
on 102.5 and on the end.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah. When you got Bad Bunny on the weekend on it, that's what you do. You cross platforms.
Yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. If you want to be a part of the show, you most definitely can. 916-909-1320. Love having these conversations about hip hop. Love the interaction of the Chatty House, as well as we are just 3 weeks from today, 2 weeks from today, the 50th anniversary of hip hop. Hip hop's 50th birthday, August 11th. I think that's 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, I thought August 11th was a Thursday, but I could be wrong.
I thought August 11th was a Thursday too. Until we started working on this project, and it was like,
August
no,
11th is a Friday.
August 11th is a Friday. Because somebody kept saying, "It's on Friday we'll do this Friday." Well, why are we doing it on Friday?
That's gonna make it even more fire.
Oh yeah,
that being on a Friday, that's gonna be crazy.
Buddy. Yes, indeed.
Indeed. They might want to run that back on like Sunday. Play it again.
It's possible. You want to tell them what we're talking about?
Can we?
I don't see why not.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, Jesse's giving me a strange look. Like, no.
I don't know. I don't think yet.
All right.
Let him marinate.
All right.
Let him marinate.
All right.
All right. Jesse De La Hoya.
Hey, don't do that. Say it right now. Say it right now. Say it right now. Don't ever say my name with his.
Yo, he has a series.
Yeah, he got a little doc situation going on. Huh?
Where was that? Max?
Yeah, Max. Yeah.
I saw that pop up on my screen like, oh, they're not going to like this. They're
might
not
watch
going to like this at all.
Yeah, I might watch it. I heard it's a mess. I heard he's a mess. He was on the Breakfast Club like a week ago.
Oscar?
Really?
Yeah.
Ugh.
He's a mess.
I can't
He
believe
was
my
on
mom liked that guy.
He was on what's the guy's name? Ariel Hawani. He was on
Mhm.
his podcast. It was like no questions off limits. He talked about like I didn't see it. I will watch it. I'm not against it, but he talked like in depth about what happened with the lingerie photos.
Oh, he did or he didn't?
He did. He talked about it. Yeah.
Sorry, I the Schefter tweet caught my attention. Zach Taylor told reporters that he expects quarterback Joe Burrow to be sidelined, quote, several weeks due to his calf injury. Jalen Ramsey had surgery today. He's out till December.
Probably till December at most, at least, I'd say.
Wow.
And
we're a full meniscus tear.
And oh man, and
that might be the season. I mean,
December's very late into the season.
Like, yeah.
We'll be back for the playoff push.
Well, that's gonna be like your guys' trade deadline acquisition.
Pretty much.
It's the new December 15th.
Right.
Several weeks due to his calf injury. We're 6 weeks away from the start of the NFL season. I don't think several has ever meant 6.
Yeah.
So
I think I'm just off the top of my head, I'm thinking like 3 months.
For his calf injury, you're thinking 3 months?
When they say several
weeks.
Yeah.
So you're thinking several months?
I don't think he's gonna be ready for the start of the season.
Ooh.
Joe can't come back until that calf is like, hey, Joe, we're ready to go.
That's what I'm thinking. He may feel better, but feel good enough to feel comfortable that this might not happen again.
Or something worse.
Yeah, right. I might not start the season with him. He might be on the pup list.
I know one thing. If I'm Joe's agent, hey, since he's out, this seems like a good time to go on and get this deal done. This seems like a good time to let's just knock this out. No distractions. Let's get this done. Because if you put him back out there and that calf strain becomes you know what, we ain't even gonna put that energy out there. That's problematic. And no one wants that, especially for a talented quarterback like Joe Burrow.
I don't even want to go here because, I mean, I just want to see everybody play. But there might be a mind, if I was the agent, say, you're not stepping out on the field till you get that contract taken care of.
Yeah.
I don't care if you get healthy or not. You're not stepping on the field
also
till you got a deal.
Also, go get a second opinion. Go make sure it's just a calf strain. Like go get a second opinion outside the state of Ohio, just to be sure. Go
see Dr. James Andrews.
There you go. Go
do
whatever.
That's
fine. He did Bo's hip. Hey, just take a look at my knee. Same. He did Triple H's quads. Just take a look at this, please.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah.
Did we settle on teams? Well, we mentioned some Western Conference teams that could potentially. Did I even ask the question? Am I having a conversation in my head that I haven't had with you guys yet?
Yeah, you haven't asked it.
I haven't asked it.
I haven't asked it yet.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
That's why he's number 1 right here.
That's yeah. Heading east.
Come on.
The question that I was going to pose, and Kenny said, save it, like 30 minutes ago, was we were talking about teams that could ascend. Well, what about teams that could fall back? Is there a team, we're talking about teams who could potentially creep into the top 6, teams that were like out of the playoff picture,
right,
that could get into the top 6 or the top of the playing spot, like the traditional playoff spot when you're talking like top 8. Is there a team that you think definitively ain't gonna make it? We were just talking about Memphis a few minutes ago. You think Ja Morant being out for 25 games is going to have an impact? Is that an impact? You said they won't fall off the face of the earth. Well, 7th isn't the face of the earth, but is there a team that's going to fall out? Can Memphis fall out of the position they're in? Could they be? I think this feels really extreme to me. They're 51 wins. Could they be Dallas and drop 13 games and be on the outside looking in? Is that too? I feel like that's too aggressive, but I don't think they're winning 51 games this year either. Yeah. I feel like there might be something off with that team. I'm not willing to hang my hat on that yet. I don't think that's something you could really, go with until the season gets started. I feel like bad vibes. Got bad vibes in Memphis.
So, am I allowed to say something that maybe I don't believe, but in the spirit of the question?
That's 95% of sports talk radio. Just say something.
I wouldn't say this is going to happen.
Okay.
I would not say that. I want to be perfectly clear. I would not say this is going to happen. I don't think it could, but I can construct a scenario where it does. The Golden State Warriors.
Okay.
Steph gets hurt again.
Okay.
Chris Paul gets hurt again.
So
Draymond's back on the regular scheduled program since it's not a contract year. He's back on his triple single.
Well, if those
stuff.
other two are hurt, he's just not playing.
There's that. Kaminga doesn't develop.
Because Draymond apparently hates him too.
The bench is weak. Like,
so it's the Chris Paul show?
Chris Paul might be hurt.
Oh, man. Come on. Like, what are you talking about? Like 35 wins?
40.
Oh. Okay.
But they were a top 6 team last year.
I mean, if the scenario, and it's a fair answer. If that scenario you presented just happens and they get to 40 wins, that's a successful season for the Warriors. Because that you presented an extreme example. They get to 40 wins, man. Good for them.
And because
the last time that happened, they got to like 12.
Right. The crazy thing, the people I'm saying that aren't going to be there, who are going to get hurt, who I hope it doesn't happen. They're always hurt.
Yeah,
they're hurt every year.
I understand. No, I know.
So it's not even like, oh, pie in the sky. You just making things up.
Steph wasn't. I mean, was Clay hurt? Clay wasn't hurt last year, was he?
No, Clay played.
I think he managed a lot, right? I think because he was like 60 something games. I think.
Yeah, he didn't play back to backs. I don't think.
That's right. Yeah. I don't think Draymond did that either.
No, he was just doing it just because.
You probably.
That lunch gonna be crazy.
Yeah,
I really think Minnesota. They were playing team. I think Minnesota, is the team that falls off this year.
I think you're right.
I think they're going to fall off, and
I
think that's when the Karl-Anthony Towns trade talk's going to happen. And it's finally going to become Edwards' team. I think they're cooked this season. Because what wasn't it? The last thing we saw from them was Rudy Gobert punching Kyle Anderson, or Kyle Anderson punching him.
Did you hear what Bruce
that
Brown
happened?
said?
Yeah. Can I be fair to Draymond? He played 73 games last year.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a contract year.
I wanted to be fair. I didn't want to be making stuff up, and played 73. Clay played 69.
There you go.
I still don't think either one of them played back-to-backs, but still, I don't think Draymond was hurt last year.
And in that scenario, I didn't even have them getting hurt. I just said they gonna.
Well, you had Clay hurt, right?
No.
You just had Steph.
CP3 and
got you.
And Steph.
My bad. I thought you said Clay. My bad.
Yeah.
So, I'm with Jesse on Minnesota.
Did you hear what Bruce Brown said?
Refresh my memory.
He said the Timberwolves were the hardest series they had in the playoffs.
Oh no, I missed that.
Yeah,
I missed that.
He said Minnesota was the hardest matchup they had.
Okay, because he said the Lakers were the easiest, right? Essentially, like I don't think those were. I think he said we never felt like we were losing a game to the Lakers. No, I missed that.
Yeah.
Okay.
They had about 3 games in that series that could have went either way. Yeah.
What game did Carl? What game did that happen?
That was a playing game.
That's right.
No. It was the last game of the season, which they needed to.
Well, yeah, because he missed.
No, because he didn't.
Rudy missed the playing game against the Lakers
because his back hurt.
No, I think they suspended him.
Okay, they suspended him, but he said he wasn't going to play because his back hurt.
That's what he said. The Timberwolves said, "You're suspended."
Well, that's okay. My back hurts.
And then Andrew Sterling brings it up too. Didn't McDaniels punch a wall and get his hand broke or something like that?
That's season. Right.
Yeah, that team is cooked, bro.
Yeah.
Look, I hope so. That's one less thing we got to worry about.
Yeah.
Then Ant-Man can ask for a trade too, and we can get him out of there. Matter of fact, he can come to Sacramento.
Yeah.
We love Sacramento.
We just Sacramento first team with 5 max contract guys.
Cap's going up.
Caps.
It's the percentage, not the max.
Kyle Madson set to join us in just about an hour. Hey, how about those USA Today win predictions, record predictions? I think we first mentioned those on Tuesday. It's Friday. Still haven't touched on them yet. We'll talk about those. They're pretty interesting. We'll keep the phone lines open for you as well. 916-909-1320. Steeler and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to grab my green juice real quick.
For sure. Big flag and that one no skinny. Put a bounty on who?
I think the Kings, Lakers, and Denver. Those will be the top 3 in the West next season.
Kings, Denver, and who?
Lakers. I think the Lakers are championship contenders. And I hate to say it, but they are. Of course, if they stay healthy enough.
Shout out to our guy DJ Oasis. Gonna be the DJ at Soul Bloom. DJ Oasis, he was spinning his ass off at a concert in the park. That boy was on.
Is he here? I thought I saw him earlier.
I hadn't seen him. I saw on Instagram he's officially gonna be one of the DJs at
Soul Bloom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to Fornatine today. Trying to get some things set up over there.
Come on, man. I'm just saying, man, these young boys, man, they be saying some stuff, boy, I tell you.
Boxing's had its best year in 25 years, literally this year, but yeah, it's cooked. It's cooked, guys, cooked. All the big fights are happening this year, but cooked. We'll run that quote back 25 years from now again. Someone else will say
I'll
it.
be like Boogie with that guy who said he'd be in jail. I'm saving it.
Yo, that was Clay Travis, wasn't it?
It sure was. Yeah.
Bitch.
People say boxing's going to die like every 15 years.
Bro, one of the realest quotes I've ever heard is Bert Sugar said, people have been saying boxing's going to die for 90 years now.
Still alive.
Still standing, still strong.
Still standing, still strong.
Brandon Allen seems to be getting more reps this camp than third stringer Brock Purdy did a year ago. Dum, dum, dum.
Imagine we should get Trey Lance and Sam Darnold both the hell out of here. It's Brandon Allen season.
Wait till Jimmy Garoppolo comes back.
Jimmy comes back. Jimmy's back. My God, that's Jimmy Garoppolo's music.
Do we think that both Sam Darnold and Trey Lance are on the roster come week 1?
A lot of people don't. I mean, one of the reasons why they say that is because like the cap and you're trying to save money, you're trying to sign Bosa or whatever. I mean, if you had to cut somebody, I'd cut Sam Darnold, but I'd try to keep them both.
Lynn Stevenson says Lakers would have won 2019 title if LeBron James and Kyle Kuzma didn't get hurt. Wasn't that Luke's team?
Yeah. Were they?
Go ahead and ask. I don't know what you were going to ask, so might as well ask it on there.
Because who said that they would have won the 2019 title? The Lakers would have won it?
Lance Stevenson.
Oh. He was on that team, wasn't he? I think he was. Could be wrong. But I remember
I'm trying to remember
when LeBron got hurt. I'm trying to think of where they were at in the standings. I think they were just
third?
top 4. I don't think they
fourth.
were 1. Yeah.
No, they weren't 1.
They beat the brakes
They
off
had
the
just
Warriors.
beaten the Warriors.
Beat the brakes off them too.
No, they beat their ass.
And LeBron got hurt. Now
It was
I don't
on
know.
Christmas, right? Did he get
Yeah,
hurt on
yeah.
Christmas?
I don't know if they would have won the title. It's a little aggressive, but yeah. It's a little aggressive.
A little bit. It's a little aggressive to think Luke Walton would have an NBA championship. But I like Lance Stevenson. Remember when Lance Stevenson signed the 10-day?
Oh man.
And
That
was it with Indiana?
NBA, yeah, NBA Twitter was buzzing.
And he just lit Twitter on fire.
That was Linsanity light right there.
Oh, absolutely. That was Linsanity condensed to a single day, a single game, a single moment. Lance Stevenson is an all-timer. All-timer out here. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation here. USA Today put out their NFL record predictions. Some interesting predictions. Philly 12-5.
Okay.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Dallas 9-8. I was a little surprised by that.
That is a little. That's less than.
In fact, I'm gonna be real with you. This is fun content, right?
Mm-hmm.
Their whole setup I thought was wild.
USA Today.
Yeah.
How so?
Well, let's talk about it.
Okay.
12-5 Philly, I was good with.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas 9-8. Okay. They got the Lions 11-6. This Lions hype train is strong. Who's on it? Anybody in the chatty house? Y'all getting in on this?
I wish you'd tell the whole story.
I'm in on it. I think they can win the division this year.
NFC North. I don't want to say it's trash because I look at the Bears and I'm interested in the Bears, but I could see the Lions winning 11 games.
So what's the whole story? What am I being
Their
unfair
division
to?
stinks. They might go 5-1 in the division. That's 5 wins right there.
Well, that's fine. 11-6.
I don't know their schedule, but if they play the Colts, that's another win. Like they can find another 6 wins outside the division.
I think they've been taking steps too. I think we see more progression from them this season. It's been year after year. They've gotten a little bit better.
I agree with that.
I think the Bears are a couple years away. The Packers, who knows?
Oh, that's a good one.
And then Kirk Cousins, they'll be up there, the Vikings. But I think Detroit can hang with them.
The Vikings don't play no defense, though. A lot of people say Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins don't bother me. They don't play no defense. And they just losing playmakers left and right. I mean, Dalvin Cook, maybe they feel like they can recover, but I mean, it's a pretty big piece right there.
Okay, I don't mean to do this, but I'm going to do it. Detroit opens up with Kansas City.
Well, that's a loss.
They got Seattle.
It's a win. Where's it at?
Is
it a home opener?
It's a home opener,
yeah,
yes.
They beat Seattle.
Atlanta.
They winning.
Packers. At Packers.
It's a win.
Panthers.
That's a win.
At Bucks.
That's a win.
At Ravens.
That's a loss.
Raiders.
It's a win.
Bye week. At Chargers. Versus.
I'll say a loss.
Are you keeping track of all this? Because I'm not.
Are you, Jesse?
Great. No one's keeping
They're
track
over 500
of this. Are we at
point.
11?
They're over 500. I know
versus
that.
The Bears versus the Packers.
Call it 4-2 right now.
So let's
Okay, try and keep track if you can right now, Jesse. Because I think we're at like 5 or 6 wins.
Chargers, Bears, Packers, Saints, Bears, Broncos. We'll talk about them in a minute.
They better be good.
Vikings, Dallas, Vikings. I guess it's not the worst schedule in the world. You're talking 6 losses. You got Kansas City. I like Seattle more than you do. I'm not going to proclaim that a win or loss for anybody. Baltimore.
They could get 10 wins. They can go 10.
Yeah, they could. They could. You're right. They could. Well, but they said 11, but still.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Now, what's really crazy is that AFC North.
Okay.
What they did, what USA Today did with the AFC North.
Okay.
They got everybody over 10 wins.
Yeah, that feels like a stretch.
I got the Bengals at 12-5, Ravens at 11-6, Steelers at 11-6, Browns at 10-7.
12. Is that even mathematically possible?
Wasn't that something that we were talking about a couple years ago with the NFC West? I feel like it was. Like, could they get? Or no, it was get everybody in the playoffs.
Yeah, get everyone in the playoffs. The NFC West this year 11-6, San Francisco, 10-7. Seattle.
I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
7-10.
Well, I am mad because I hope they go 0-17. But yeah, the prediction of 10-7, I'm not mad at.
7-10 Rams.
Seems high.
Really? Okay. This feels. Kyler's out.
Whole year. No D-Hop there either now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, they got the Cards at 2-15.
Seems high.
2-15. I made a note of it. I think it's the worst record in the league, right?
Yeah, it is.
So okay, so that's the worst. So think about what would you say? DeAndre Hopkins is gone. Kyler Murray's out. Did you catch who had the second worst record?
The Raiders, right?
3-14.
That seems a little.
That's
a little aggressive.
They're not 3-14. I don't think they're good, but they're not that.
Can we look at the schedule?
They're a 6-7 win team, I think, this season.
6 or 7.
Josh
yeah.
McDaniels is horrible.
Right.
Josh McDaniels is horrible. I'm never going to fight anybody on that. He's awful. Raiders. You going to keep track this time?
Give me a second. Give me a second.
I got the schedule.
Track. Okay.
At Denver.
It's a loss.
Oh, man. Okay. At Denver, at Buffalo.
That's a loss.
Versus Pittsburgh.
That's a loss.
At Chargers.
That's a loss.
Are you doing this on purpose?
No.
Versus the Packers.
I'll give them their first win there.
Patriots.
They might win that
There's
game.
no way.
No, that's a loss.
Nah, there's no way. At Chicago.
It's a loss.
That's a 50-50.
I think Chicago's going to be.
I hope so.
Good.
I hope so.
I think Chicago's better than the Raiders.
Okay. At Detroit.
It's a loss.
Your New York Giants.
That one's close. I'll say it's a win.
It's nice of you.
Go Raider Nation.
That's nice of you. The Jets.
It's a loss.
At the Dolphins.
Oh, it's a loss.
Kansas City.
Oh, my God.
Week 13 bye week. Then you coming out with home game versus Minnesota.
I'm going to give them a win.
Chargers.
I'm going to give them a loss.
At Kansas City.
Oh, that's a loss.
At Indianapolis.
Oh, that's a win.
Versus Denver.
Denver might need that one. That's a loss.
Where are we?
4-13.
Oh, man. Wow.
And I kind of gave them 2 wins.
That's tough. I don't think they're that bad.
I don't think they are.
You
either.
gave
That's
them New York.
crazy.
You gave them the Giants.
I think I gave them the Vikings too.
Gave them the Vikings.
I don't think
they're not going to lose twice to every divisional team.
Well.
They'll split with Denver.
Yeah,
they can split with Denver. They play KC tough. Like KC's better, but they play KC tough every year.
I don't think they'll be 3-14. I don't think they'll be 4.
You just pegged them at 4.
I know. I'm just saying, if I had to pick, they'll find a way. They'll find a way to. I think they'll find a way to win 6 games.
Now I feel like Jesse's number might be right.
Yeah,
they might be a 6-win team.
I think they'll find a way.
Man, that's tough. That's a damn shame. Are they going to fire Josh McDaniels?
Nope. I think
is it McDaniels with an S?
Yeah, because it's Mike McDaniel in Miami, Josh McDaniels, and
Kenny has screwed the S's up. Like now I just feel like it's
shout out Deebo Samuels.
Yeah, we just make it up now.
If they fire McDaniels, if they fire him, they be paying 3 coaches, right? Aren't they still paying Gruden?
They settled, but I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Wait, did they settle?
I don't remember.
No, they did. They did settle. He settled with the Raiders, and now I think he's going after the NFL.
So does McDaniels get the Gentry front office job after?
He's gonna do something around here.
He ain't cool enough to be Alvin Gentry,
nah,
bro.
He's absolutely not.
He's going to tuck his tail and run back to Bill. Just like they all do. They're going to tuck their tail and run back to Bill. And if Matt Patricia gets another job, this whole thing is rigged. Because he stinks.
I was reading a story today. I think it might have been this morning. Patricia was trying to do like bulletin board material when he was coaching the Detroit Lions, and he's showing these videos of Cam dancing and stuff like that. And like dudes in the back start getting dancing and stuff like that, and they're all having a good time. Those dudes did not listen to him at all.
They started dancing when he was trying to motivate them.
I think it was Quandre Diggs who said it.
Wow. All bad. is the best.
All I remember is he told a reporter to sit up. Sit up when you talk to me. Ask your question. Sit up.
That would have been like James Ham to Jock Vaughn.
I don't have to take that from Matt Patricia.
Is the AFC East the best division in football?
The AFC East.
Feels
okay.
Feels like it's that or the AFC North.
I'll just say I don't care. It's probably biased. I don't care a lick about the Jets.
I think the Jets might be good. And if they get Dalvin Cook.
USA Today's got the Jets winning the Super Bowl.
I don't think they'll be that good.
The Jets, they'll be around 9 to 10 wins, I think.
Like you got Aaron Rodgers winning his second Super Bowl with the Jets.
That's a little aggressive.
You said 9-10?
9 to 10 wins. I think there's a possibility of them, Miami, and Buffalo all make the playoffs this year.
They got Buffalo at 13-4, but have them losing to the Jets in the divisional round.
I'll tell you this. I think there's a world where the Jets are better than the Bills. Sorry to my man Ender, my neighbor, but
what world is that?
Possibly the real world. Real world Miami. That was one of the great real worlds of all time.
So how does Miami factor into this then?
No, I think they win the division.
Okay. Look at you kissing the executive producer's ass. I see you.
That's my guy right there.
That's a strong move.
they
right
better
there.
win the
That's
division.
They didn't move right there.
They got everybody in their mom.
All of a sudden, the show rundown's going to say, Kenny talks about this. KC got this for you. KC got this for you.
You want to make a prediction for the division winner too, or what's going on here?
I'm going.
Is them or Buffalo? I'll still give it to
Buffalo.
do
think it's Miami or Buffalo. I don't think it's New York.
I'm telling you right now. I think the Jets might end up being better than Buffalo. I don't know what that record looks like. Like I'm not saying they're gonna win 14 games. I don't know if I agree with 13-4, but I think the Jets. I'm gonna have to look at it some more. I'm gonna have to like really dive into it. But I think the Jets got potential. Bob Salah has those boys playing defense in a major way. And if Aaron Rodgers can give them anything, I mean, nobody gave him nothing at the quarterback position last year.
They start at 0-6 last year.
They finished 9-8, didn't they?
No, but yeah, I'm saying they started at 0-6. Like they went on a run.
And they had that rookie playing?
They had Zach. I think
or
Joe Flacco played. Zach Wilson played.
They didn't get nothing out of the quarterback
they had
position.
a third starting
Mike
quarterback.
White.
Mike White. That's right.
Did Mike White play the last game of the season? They had some random in the last game of the season.
Yeah, I don't remember who. I think that might have been Zach Wilson. I think
to try and get in the playoffs. I think it was a random because the guy
Jets?
could barely throw.
Oh, Miami did?
No, I think both teams.
We played with
Miami.
Miami
It was Flacco. You guys had a random.
We had Skylar Thompson.
And they have Flacco, I think.
Yeah, I think Flacco was their closeout quarterback.
Yeah.
There's also the thing with Aaron Rodgers. I know everyone did a lot of yelling about his weapons last season and all that, but I think Aaron Rodgers he's still good, but starting to take a step back, maybe.
Yeah, I can see it. Jesse, want to?
That game was 11-6.
You want to talk to James Tyree at all?
I think Miami's winning at least 10 games this season. They're going to make the playoffs.
I don't think they're.
I don't see them. I don't see how you see them taking a step back, honestly.
Well, the elephant in the room in Miami is if the quarterback can stay healthy.
Yeah, if he stays healthy, they'll make the playoffs. I guarantee it.
Who was your quarterback?
Thompson?
Skylar Thompson.
Was it Robbie Thompson? Was that
it's not an R, it's an S.
Was it Tristan
Thompson?
Yeah, Skylar Thompson. I can't believe that guy almost beat the Bills in the playoffs.
It was not. Stop it. Stop it. Tristan was probably doing something else in Miami at the time anyways.
Bobby Thompson, was that the quarterback?
David Thompson?
No, he really did almost beat the Bills too. He really did. The Bills are kind of, I don't know, man.
There's a lot of noise with the Bills too, like Stephon Diggs and all that. He's coming out saying, "Oh, we don't have any issues," stuff like that.
Yeah.
They got the USA Today. They've got the 49ers beating. Oh, they got the Falcons in the playoffs.
Oh, wow.
They got the 49ers beating the Falcons in the wild card.
Okay.
Lions beating the Cowboys. Seahawks beating the Saints. Divisional round, they've got the Lions beating the 49ers. And the Eagles beating the Seahawks. And then they got the Eagles beating the Lions in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, Lions ain't going to the NFC Championship game. Well, they might. They might play the Niners in the NFC Championship game. But
I think we got a rematch of last year.
I'm leaning that way too.
Those are the two best teams in the NFC. I think they're on one tier. Dallas can sneak in if they finally show something.
Yeah, I'm not going to put my money on it, but talent-wise, I think you're right. That's why the 9-8 record surprised me.
Yeah.
But I guess not everybody can finish 12-5, but it certainly looked like. I just need to know if this prediction from USA Today is mathematically possible. They've got the Bengals beating the Dolphins in the wild card, the Chiefs beating the Ravens, the Jets beating the Jaguars, then the Bengals beating the Chiefs, Jets beating the Bills, the AFC Championship, the Jets beating the Bengals.
I got the Ravens.
This was pre Joe Burrow injury, by the way.
Off the top of my head. Once again, it's early. I still got to do some deep diving. I got the Ravens going to the Super Bowl.
Didn't we do that last year? Year before?
Yeah, last year.
Bold prediction too. I think Derek Carr's going to make some noise this season with the Saints.
Yeah, I can see it.
They're winning that division. Mark that down right now. They're winning that division.
Well, he's got it.
Sorry,
he's got a quarterback coach there, right?
Yeah, the guy that
Kyler Murray. Familiar.
Great,
familiar.
Yeah, the old familiar guy who wanted nothing more in his coaching tenure than to get rid of him.
Yo, didn't Derek Carr move next door to him?
Yes. Yeah. No word on if they still live next door to each other.
Oh man.
I like the Ravens pick. I like that. I mean, we can't like
what do we?
It's all cute to talk about the Jets, Ravens, Dolphins. Like, you got to beat Kansas City. You got to show me Patrick Mahomes can't win first.
Can't host the AFC Championship.
Yeah, you got to show me that first. Until then,
they got them going 10-7 though. That's crazy. That's kind of crazy.
That's fine. I'll just pencil them in. I'll just pencil them into the AFC Championship, and I'll be willing to erase it.
What do we think? What if this happened, where the Chargers finish 7-10 after the contract they just gave Herbert?
Nothing. That's it.
No, we got to talk about that. I mean, they can't take the money back. They had to do it or whatever. Yeah, but Herbert, this is where, like, yeah, it seems like you got the contract just because of the timing. Because now you're going on your fourth.
It's 100% what it is.
Your fourth straight season without even winning a playoff game. Yeah. 2 seasons you didn't. 3 seasons you didn't even make the playoffs.
You know what else he didn't win? He didn't win an MVP either. Just point it out. Because there were people who were critical of playoff performances from guys who won MVPs. And dude damn near had to sit out to get a contract extension. Justin Herbert ain't won a playoff game, but let's load him up on one of the most absurd franchises in professional sports. Like, this team is going to find they could be 17-0. They're going to lose in the divisional round.
The Chargers curse is real.
Yeah, it's 100. Yeah, I think it's the curse is stupidity.
Oh,
I think that's what the Raiders have.
Oh, that's Jesse Tapia.
Raiders have been run. I don't know what the hell they've been doing since 2002, but idiotic decision after idiotic decision.
Well, I mean, it's hard to.
The Chargers just can't stop falling on their face.
That's
they were
not
30.
wrong.
They were up 30 in the playoffs.
That's incredible. That's one of the most incredible things in history.
How you lose a 30-point lead?
It is so, like, now we're just stuck in this. I can't believe they dumped Derek Carr and went and got Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, this will do it.
That's how bad of a coach Josh McDaniels is. He can't do anything else without people who are familiar.
They're all guilty of the same thing. They try to create their version of the Patriots instead of establishing themselves as a head coach, doing things their way, running a system their way, running a team their way. They just, how can I make this as close to what Bill did? And Bill looking at all of you like, y'all going to fail. You're going to come crawling back. I'll give you a little job. But, I mean, this is it for Josh McDaniels. Like, he's done after this.
He's done. The Bill said, you'll be back. They all come back.
They all come back. Every single one of them. And the funny thing is, I'm sure he has. I just have no recollection of him talking up one of his former coaches. Oh, man, Lions are in good hands, man. Matt Patricia, that's a hell of a mind. He might say, I'm happy for Matt Patricia.
Yeah.
We're in New England. but I'm happy for Matt Patricia.
Right.
Like I've never heard him go, man, what Josh McDaniels did with our offense, man. He's a brilliant offensive mind. The Raiders are in great shape. I think he knows.
Mm-hmm.
He knows it's all fraudulent. They're all going to come back. And if I got an offensive coordinator, Josh, you could be the quarterback's coach.
Yeah.
And that's what he tells them on their way out. Don't worry. You have a spot on my roster in 3 years.
You always got a home here.
Hey, don't sell your house on your way to Las Vegas.
I'm just asking the question. Bill Belichick is the Patriots head coach until he chooses to retire, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So even if they stink this year, yep. All right.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't fire.
He's Greg Popovich.
Yeah.
Same thing. Yeah, you can't fire Bill Belichick.
Yeah, I agree with that.
No.
I don't disagree with it because I don't think he's a bad coach. But he's also quietly like the talent guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think his title is general manager, but that's what he is.
Mm-hmm.
And so he seems to hate Mac Jones.
Poor Mac.
He seems to really not
Poor
like him. And so it's like, all right, like you don't have to find Tom Brady, but you do have to find a quarterback that you like.
Yeah.
And it doesn't, at least based on some of the things that are out there, doesn't feel like it's Mac Jones. So that doesn't leave me very confident if I was a
Mac said
Patriots fan.
Mac said he has a great relationship with Bill.
Oh, he has to say that. He can't go to the podium and say that dude hates me. And Bill's never said that either. But when you read the Tommy Kearns and all those different guys out of New England, yeah, you hear that from time to time. He's just not feeling him. And I don't know why that is. I'm not sold that Mac Jones sucks. I don't know what he is as a quarterback. He's still a young dude. I think he could get better. I don't think he sucks and his career should be over.
His type of quarterback, though, it's not what the league is moving.
It's dying.
Yeah. That those quarterbacks won't exist a few years from now.
Yeah, I agree.
And if they do, it'll be 1, 2, or 3, a few of them.
And you have to be almost flawless at that.
You need to be athletic to play the quarterback position, though.
Yeah. And if you're not, you better be Aaron Rodgers. Like you better be able to fit the ball into every tight window.
Or Brock Purdy.
Well, you better have the tat.
You better have the tat.
You better have that tat. If you don't, man, it's going to be a problem. The great thing about all of this stuff that's written, talked about, it's all trash. Like the renderings for the Oakland A Stadium. It's all garbage. Because when the season gets here, hell, Trey Turner, you talk about the Saints, Trey Turner tore his quad today. God bless the man. He signed his contract this week.
Yeah.
And his season's over.
Jeez.
Like, unfortunately, you're going to get another one of those stories in a couple of days. Yeah. You're going to get another one of those stories next week. You're going to get a story like that the week after. And then the season gets here, man. And you know how the NFL season gets. Hell, if you're a 49er fan, you know how the NFL season goes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't letting Trey go. I need my backups.
Oh, you got Brandon Allen.
Oh, I do have Brandon Allen.
Brandon Allen. All outward appearances today. Brandon Allen is the latest. That dude. Yesterday it was Sam Darnold. Today it's
they really talk up these quarterbacks at 49ers camp.
They obsess over it.
I think that's the way Kyle likes it.
I think Kyle just kind of sits and shakes his head and all this stuff. He's like, all right, whatever. Maybe he does play with these guys a little bit. Like, hey, watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give Brandon Allen like all the reps today. Watch what they write about now.
It's the third day of training camp. They're gonna eat this.
Sam Darnold was the best 49ers quarterback to throw a football since Montana and OTAs, right?
Right.
That's incredible. Yeah. I love training camp. I love OTAs.
You gotta love OTAs. Got to. It's a good time.
I can't make a Super Bowl prediction, but I do like the idea of the Eagles 49ers. Here's where I always get stuck with stuff like that is like the 49ers are there again.
I know.
Like again?
I think
because we keep talking about they got to get to the Super Bowl. They got to get to Super Bowl. Yeah. Yo, they're gonna get to the NFC Championship again.
It's a lot.
NFC has a quarterback issue.
It does.
It has a quarterback issue, and the Niners have one of the best defenses in the league. So
okay, I'm with it. We'll come back. we'll talk a lot more football and a lot more 49er football when Kyle Madson joins us coming up in about 30 minutes. I want to make sure we touch your boy Sean Payton.
Oh,
we got to talk about your boy Sean Payton. And then the top 25 games of the Kings season, game number 16.
Yeah.
We've got that one next here on Sacramento Sports Leaders. Steele with KC on ESPN 1320. I feel like every time I see Rob Ninkovich, he's wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
That's his move.
And every time I see Herm, he's wearing like a really bright shirt under his sport coat.
Herm used to live in Modesto.
I don't think I knew that.
Yeah, he used to live in a gated community out there.
Wonder if he ever left Arizona. Wonder if he's just like, I can do the show from here.
Probably. He got there and was like, I'm good.
No state income tax. I'm good.
Hey, so that Arizona State thing was weird with Herm, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep. That was weird. Herm lineup is clean, though. My goodness. Herm got a barber at the house. Make sure that lineup stay tight. Herman Edwards. Think Toronto has lessened their demands yet? Man, I don't think so. I think those. I'm starting to think they just gonna. Them dudes just gonna stay there. Leave for nothing. Sorry, Jesse. My bad.
I was gonna say Aldrin must be working the phones right now because TC's on the line.
You know what was happening. The Chatty House knows what time it is. Nobody knows the show better than the Chatty House. Okay. Man, this drink is terrible. I know, I don't. If you're listening, Charlie, I hate it. But I think it keeps me healthy. So I drink them. The smoothie's good, but that's not. Ramsey, leave TC alone. That man ain't even said nothing, and you already dismissed him. Thanks, MMK. Okay. Appreciate you. I think ESPN has Jets winning their division. Yeah, I mean, they love the Jets. You saw signs last year.
Greeny kills me with how much he's a Jets fan. Like you can be a fan, but he just like you're playing a character too much.
It was like I turned the TV on 2 mornings ago. It was unwatchable because of that. It was like, so
you can be a Jets fan and still like talk normal.
It was so cheesy. It's like, bro, come on, man. Dalvin Cook could move into my house. He could stay there. Me and Stacy would love it. Like, all right, bro. Like, this shit is dumb.
ESPN like just doesn't know how to do stuff the right way.
No, they don't. Remind you of anyone? Yeah, it was the last couple years.
That goes for a lot of people, bro.
Oh man, let's see. No, that's what the people want to know, but he ain't telling nobody.
Oh yeah, I forgot to find that
Instagram ad.
Casey's like, oh, those shoes are cool. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there we go. I made HOF is better with one of my tweets. Where did I get it? See if it comes up.
Yeah, Wizzo Mac. This feels pause worthy, but I know what you mean. Kyle Madson set to join us coming up in 30 minutes. James Ham set to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. TC set to join us right now, 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC, man? Hey, man, be real with yourself today, man.
Hey, I'm being real with myself, man. I'm a fall back at the situation. I ain't gonna keep calling and doing that. I'm gonna let it shake out. Y'all know how I feel about the whole situation, so we ain't gonna go. Seriously, man. Hey, look, check it out. Hold on, Jesse, give me a minute. Look, you already know how I feel about the whole quarterback situation, about the whole circus that this got going on. Like, even now, like Purdy, I understand he's taking like the reps, but they like, what we doing with the rest of the guys? I mean, how they gonna get in the grooves? You giving them 2 and 3 passes? It's like a joke what Carl is doing. You get what I'm saying?
Real quick, let him rock, because I want to hear his response to this. So, TC, you know that happened in reverse last year. Like, Brock Purdy got like virtually none of the reps. Trey got all the reps. Like, that's the way it goes. Like, that's usually how it goes. That's if you're on a depth chart and you're 4th or 3rd, you're not getting as many reps as the first stringers. I honestly, to be honest with you, I'm not a football coach. I don't understand why it's like that. I don't know why like the other guy can't get as many reps as there, but that's the way they always do it.
Yeah, man. So, I mean, I'm going to leave it alone. I'm not even going to stress out about it. But look, D-Lo, on another tip, on that Travis Scott, I might have to listen to it again. To me, it's trash. It's not even like the new Nas that just dropped. The new Nas is fire.
Absolutely.
That Travis Scott, I'm not seeing that yet.
It's
I don't
very,
know, because I'm not seeing it.
No, I got you. It's a very different record. I had to approach this a little bit differently because TC's 100% right, man. That Nas hits. That Magic 2. That Magic 2 works. But I tried to listen to this Travis Scott joint with a different state of mind because it's music made for I'm not the target demo of that album anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that sound is geared towards a little bit younger of an audience. So I tried to approach this as like, you know what this is going to be? Yo, just dig it, find it. You know, like I can listen to rock music if it's hot. I can listen to ballads if they're hot. I can listen to, Lil Uzi Vert if it's hot, whatever you classify that as. If the music is hot, I'll rock with it. So I just put the headphones on, put the phone out of reach. Like, just let it play while you work out. And I was like, this, and I think part of it was not seeing the show. Like, yo, that's Beyonce. Okay, Beyonce's on. Oh, that's Kid Cudi. That's 21 Savage. I thought it hit. Listen to it again. Try it again. I don't know. I liked it first go around. I started to form my opinion on it. I mentioned my beautiful dark twisted fantasy, the Kanye sound. I thought it was great.
I'm
I got no problem
I'm
with
pretty
it at
sure
all.
I'm a like. I can't imagine Travis putting out something that I just think is trash.
So I'll say this to you because I know how you think about certain stuff. There's moments in it where it has that like rock star type feel to it. It has that like Lil Uzi Vert type feel. Like, this isn't a hip hop song. There's like musical compositions on it. Not a ton of them, but there's one where like I'm like, what am I? Is this like the ramp of us? Is this the end of a song? And it made me grab my phone, and it was just 2 minutes of like sound. I don't know what to call it. It was just like 2 minutes of sound. There was nothing wrong with it, but I kept waiting for someone to rap or do something,
right?
And they didn't do it.
Yeah.
But I liked it,
which is cool to me. Like I like songs like that. Like there's certain songs on a bunch of different albums where, like on a Drake album where it's Drake's album, but it's somebody's singing, like a lady singing the whole time.
Yeah.
And Drake never comes on. You're waiting for him to rap or whatever he does.
That's K-pop. Right. Cool. Like is Travis Scott even on K-pop? It's the I know The Weeknd is. I know Bad Bunny is. And I remember the last time I heard it, I was like, is Travis on this record? Is this one of them Khaled joints where he just kind of makes a noise in the background and it's his record? I need you to find out if this is true though.
Come on.
Because
come on, man.
Drew Down is making some interesting remarks about our man Guru. I need to know if this is accurate. You need to text Guru. I have Guru's number. I'm going to text him with a screenshot of what's on. I'm gonna take a picture of the screen and ask him if the person he wants to see the most in concert is R. Kelly. Because if Guru said that, boy, that's a wild take from my man Guru right there. Lord have mercy.
Oh man, yeah. I can't go with him on that one. Now, one of the things about that is I've seen R. Kelly a number of different times, so I don't need to see him anymore. But even if I hadn't seen him, I don't know if I'd want to see him in concert right now. I don't know. I don't know.
The only people who could see him right now, that might be an exclusive audience.
They on the yard.
Doing concerts in Cell Block D right now.
I don't know. I don't need to see R. Kelly. I'm okay.
I'm good. Ever.
I'm okay. I don't need to be at an R. Kelly concert or anything like that, man. I don't.
You know what else I don't need? I don't need to hear from Sean Payton.
Ooh, this guy.
Sean Payton just ripped Nathaniel Hackett. Was that yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I don't want to say he apologized for it, but he walked it back. He was, I had my Fox analyst hat on today or something dumb like that. And I mean, he was criticized by Jets players. He was criticized by Bob Salah because, of course, Nathaniel Hackett is with the Jets now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, Nathaniel Hackett sucks like that. I mean, no question. Like he was terrible last year.
Mm-hmm.
That team was terrible. Sean Payton didn't need to do that, though.
He didn't need to say that.
Like the man already got fired. Like,
yeah, he didn't need to say it.
He knows he was bad.
Stephen A. Smith. He's not wrong. He didn't have to say it, but he's not wrong.
Yeah.
He didn't have to say that.
No, he didn't. He didn't. I had my analyst hat on. I should have shown more restraint. No, show respect to your other coaches.
That's the thing. Show respect.
Yeah, show respect to your other
coaches. The guy didn't do nothing to you.
Also, sorry, Jesse, don't lose.
That's true.
Don't lose.
My thing is, if you're gonna go out and say it, don't walk it back the next day, bro. Like stand on it.
There's that.
Like, because that's obviously how you feel.
Well, I'll say this about that though. I don't think there's anything wrong with him saying I shouldn't have said that. I don't think there's a problem with him coming out the next day, and maybe like it'd be one thing if you say, "Oh, I was misquoted," or "That's not how I feel. It was taken out of context." Yeah, that's kind of soft. But I don't have a problem when it come back. I shouldn't have said that. I was out of pocket.
But he didn't say that.
Well, he
said I shouldn't have said. He said I should have shown more restraint. And that's how basically what he's saying is that's how I feel.
Yeah.
I just shouldn't have told y'all.
I don't have a problem with that. That's him saying I shouldn't have said that. We both agree. Like he can feel however he wants. He's not wrong. You shouldn't have said it. It's disrespectful to one of your comrades.
One of your peers, yeah.
So I have no problem with saying I shouldn't have said that.
It was terrible though.
It was terrible.
Like that was embarrassing.
It was.
But like I said, you better win.
Dude had to hire a coach like 3 weeks in to let him know when to call timeouts and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
Where did he come from? Green Bay.
Green Bay. The thing is like he didn't like. He's like, oh, he worked for Rodgers. He didn't even call plays for Rodgers.
Well, that's your boy. It was Adam Gase.
Yes, that was the thing. Yes.
He was Payton's offensive coordinator.
Yeah, that never worked.
That dude got 2 jobs out of that. And the wildest introductory press conference in history. No.
One of these days, they'll look at Patrick Mahomes' success as a reason to hire Eric Bieniemy.
I don't think that's going to happen ever. I don't think that's going to happen ever. And you know what? I don't remember why we were doing this. We were talking about Georgetown. But remember, there were a lot of people like, how is Patrick Ewing not a head coach in the NBA? And then he becomes a head coach in college.
Well,
and it was like, oh, that's why. That's why he's not a head coach in the NBA.
His biggest highlight at Georgetown was, do you take that shot? I'm practiced. Do you take that shot? You take that shot.
Yeah, that was
his
highlight.
Biggest moment was a meme. Poor guy.
No,
poor Aloysius.
Oh, Patrick Aloysius. Goodness gracious. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Kyle Madson coming up in 15 minutes. Coming up right now, game number 16 in the top 25 games of the Kings season?
16.
You called it. You said it was gonna get. You said we were gonna get some good ones.
We had some moments here in this one.
Yeah, we got some good ones.
We had some moments in this one. We go back to. I want to make sure I got the.
Can I say this?
Yeah.
I can feel the pit in my stomach from this game when I saw it on the sheet today. I was like, oh, I remember the feeling of those final moments.
And the thing about that was it's Kings versus Rockets on February 8th.
Yep.
The Kings win 130-128. And the thing about this is they had to come Undertaker style from under the dirt to get this one in Houston. Now, a couple of things were going on here.
Yeah.
I think this was, and this was De'Aaron's first game back from the birth of his
baby,
of child.
Yeah.
So they beat the brakes off of Houston before that. Looked a little spotty. People were, kind of questioning Davion Mitchell.
140, 120.
And they're like, yo, we need De'Aaron back. And then they get De'Aaron back and they struggling against the Rockets. Jalen Green is going crazy out there, just balling, hitting shots left and right. He finished with 41 on the night. KJ Martin, who always seems to play well against the Kings, he was playing well.
Mm-hmm.
My man Tate was balling as well.
That is your guy.
And we're sitting here like, yo, the Kings, who at the time are seven games above 500. And remember, this road trip wasn't necessarily kind as well, mainly because De'Aaron wasn't there.
Mm-hmm.
But they lost at Indiana.
Yep.
They got beat up at New Orleans.
And I think that's the game you were referring to, the Davion Mitchell game. That's
People
the one.
were highly upset.
Yep.
They come back and win the Houston game, but then they're in a dogfight with Houston. I should have said that, but they're in a rough fight.
I love that you went from dog to rough. Oh my God.
ROUGH fight with Houston. And they're about to lose the game. Game is about done.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, De'Aaron Fox at the end of the game, fourth quarter Fox,
yep,
does what he does. And finds a way on a couple of different plays, a steal and a bucket. And then after a defensive stop by the Sacramento Kings on the inbounds, gets fouled on a three.
Incredible.
Hits all three free throws. And the Kings somehow, some way, come away with a victory in Houston over the Houston Rockets.
Do you remember this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you think he was hitting all three free throws?
I hoped he did. I hoped he did. De'Aaron Fox hadn't reached the point in his career yet where I'm 100% comfortable with him at the free throw line. He shot really well from the free throw line last year. Yeah. Best free throw season of his career.
Yep.
So he's pointing in that direction. But in this particular case, I was like, man, all right, just make it a 1-point game. At least take the lead. Hit 2 of 3 or something like that. I wasn't sure he was going to hit all 3, but he stepped up. He knocked down all 3 free throws. Like, this is what he does.
Yeah, he was 9 of 10 that night.
Big time.
Yeah.
Big time. 31 points on the night for De'Aaron Fox to go with 11 assists. Once again, coming off of probably not getting much sleep, met up with the team in Houston.
What did Jordy call him again?
I don't know.
Come on, man. What did Jordy say in that famous video?
Jesse, you know?
I'll say it. He's a get over here, daddy.
Whoa. Malik had a hard time with that one. Yeah, that was an all-timer.
That was an all-timer.
All-timer.
Fox, 31 and 11, 5 rebounds. Domantas Sabonis, 22 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists on the night for him. He had 5 fouls. I mean, fouls never really seem to leave him. But, yeah, he was doing his thing. And we got back to my theory. Kings win Malik Monk plays well. 17 points, 5 of 11, 3 of 6 from beyond the arc from Malik Monk. And the Kings get a heck of a win here, man. 131-28 to go 8 games over 500 and sweep the season series with the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, it was a weird stretch too, because they had you talked about that road trip that finished with those 2 games against the Rockets, and then that's when they came back and they played the 2 games against the Mavericks. So it was Rockets, Mavericks, and the debut of Kyrie Irving was one of those. No Luka Doncic, but Kyrie's that final Mavericks games, I'm still in awe of. The final Mavericks Kings game of the season that we watched.
That was one of the, well, I won't give it away, but that was one of the great games of the season.
Oh, is that on the list? Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that was one of the great games of the season.
What was funny is, like, as you put this list together and you think about I'm effing nice and Orlando, I forget this is essentially a buzzer beater. I'd never
0.3 seconds to go.
I never think about this in the same context of course it's different. It's a different level. It's a nerve-wracking level of excitement versus like a moment of euphoria. You're sitting there at the free throw line, you're going through the free throw routine, you got breaks between them and all that different stuff. But it's every bit of a buzzer beater as the other ones were.
Absolutely, with the clock winding down, having to get a shot off in time, and coming up and knocking down big free throws right there, man. That adds to the allure. That adds to the fourth quarter Fox persona. Yeah, in my opinion,
he had so many moments. He had so many moments this season. You talk about breakout season, so many moments.
Yeah, I'm trying to
season. A rare non-double-double for Domantas Sabonis in this game.
Yeah, only 9.
A measly 9 rebounds.
Only 9.
To go along with his 5 points and 22 assists.
Or 22 points and 5
22
assists.
points, 5 assists, sorry.
He'd be Scott Skiles if he did that. But we talk about fourth quarter Fox. I mean, he showed up.
Yeah.
13 points, 5 assists in the fourth quarter for De'Aaron Fox. And like I said, the way he turned it on at the in the last minute of that game. Come on, man. It's clutch play of the year type stuff.
Indeed it is. Most importantly, at least as it pertains to this game, played all 12 minutes. 3 of 3 from the foul line.
Technically, all he needed was 2.
Yeah,
go ahead and get the third.
Doesn't matter. Just close it out. And again, they're 31-23 here at this point. Trade deadline. It's still that you're still in the. This is real. Like this is like, and then you're about to lose to the Rockets, who were 13-41 at the time. Like, no, come on, man.
Hey, but Jalen Green, he was scary in that game.
Absolutely incredible.
He was scary because that's the Jalen Green I was talking about. 2 years prior going into the draft.
When he wanted to draft him first.
I thought about it. Cade ain't Cade is good. He just, has some health issues.
Well, you did say you wouldn't have the guts to do it, though.
Yeah, I don't think I would have done it. I would have went with Cade. But
and you literally talked the entire season about Jalen Green. And then when push came to shove, you go, I don't think I have the guts to do it. I think I'd still take Coco Jones. I don't have the Coco Joneses. Are we going to tell Coco Jones about this bit when she's here in 2 weeks?
No.
Oh.
I'm not.
All right.
Coco Jones would be like,
some
interview's over.
Yeah. I don't think Coco would do that to us. I think Coco would dig our unique sense of humor.
Nah, it seems like cool peoples indeed. But this game also
shout out to everyone who in the chat who's saying, where was De'Aaron Fox on this road trip? We deserve to know. That's a good callback to King's Twitter at the time.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They were out here really.
Why aren't they telling us? He's our star player. How does he just disappear like this? All right, guy.
We had we always like these. We had a Terrence Davis sighting in this game. 10 points off the bench,
We
4 or
did.
7 from the field.
It was a good bench game.
Yeah.
It's a good
Much
bench
better
game.
than the game before that I had against the Pistons.
Yeah, that was a weird one. That's that, and I haven't examined all 82. That's an anomaly, right? Those, I
Feels
mean,
like it.
it was all single digit scores, which I don't think is weird, but it was like 5.
Yeah.
It was like 5 and 6 and 3 and 2. Like it just, and that included Malik. Like it just
Yeah.
it wasn't there for the second unit.
Malik getting thrown out. When Malik stays in games, my boy be putting up buckets.
Be putting up buckets.
Be putting up buckets.
Yes, indeed.
So number 16.
I like
any,
it.
Any kind of qualms with where this game was? There is a part of me, and after going back and watching, I was like, nah, it's where it's supposed to be. But there is a part of me that's like, man, should the Piston games have been in front of this one? I think you can make the argument, but that's where we're getting into preference, though.
I mean, De'Aaron hit 3 free throws at the end of the game to win this one. Like
and the come from behind situation, like coming back with a minute down, I think they were down 5, I think.
And as you said, he had been away from the team. He had played the first Houston game, right?
Yeah, I think he did. Yeah, he played the first Houston game.
He did. Yeah. He played the first Houston game. Yeah. And so like it, all of that, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. But I think you said this yesterday. I'm really high on that Laker game. You were really high on the Pistons game.
I love that Pistons game.
Of course, this is your list, so you could have put the game wherever you wanted it to.
I love that.
It just would have been a wild day when we got to number 2, and it was the Lakers versus the Clippers, or the Kings versus the Clippers. Like, wait. This is game number 2? Wow. All the playoff games are behind us. The I'm effing nice is behind us.
The playoff wins are an honorable mention.
Everyone is wondering what the hell is. Oh, that would have got him talking. That would have been some clickbait right there, even though there's nothing to click on.
Oh,
yeah, that would have done it. Good stretch of basketball here for Sacramento, though, as they won those 2 games against the Rockets. We mentioned those back-to-back games with the Mavericks. Closed out the month. They had a game against the Suns on Valentine's Day, but closed out with wins against the Trailblazers and then road wins against the Clippers and 2 against the Thunder.
Was this? I don't think so. I'm going to look right now.
Again, remember, this was when the league was turning up.
Right.
It's that time for it, because if Kyrie was there, that's post-trade deadline. This is the league turning up.
Oh, no. See, that's what it was. I was thinking, was this before the All-Star break? But you're right. It was before the trade deadline. Kyrie gets traded. That's when they play them, and there's like one game before the trade deadline, or excuse me, before All-Star break. After that,
yeah, they play the Suns right before the trade deadline in Phoenix, and then they come back and open up with 4 straight road wins in 5 wins overall.
Yeah, look at this. Look at this stretch right here. This is kind of crazy. Fox is gone with the birth of baby Rain. Comes back, gets 31. Next game, 33. Next game, 36. Next game, 35. Next game, 31.
Damn.
Next game, he didn't lead the team in scoring. He had 45, but that's the Clippers game. So I think did he have 40? I can't remember how many he had in that game.
I got you. Stand by. Wait, what? That's the wrong Clippers game.
Yeah.
I'm at the wrong Clippers game. My bad.
But that stretch, let me see. I got it right here. Give me 2 seconds.
I don't know why I can't find
42.
Oh, it's right there. Sorry.
Yeah,
right
42.
There.
But that stretch
45
of games,
and 42. Yeah.
Like I said, starting with this Rockets game, he has 31. Then Dallas the first time 33. Dallas the second time 36. Against Phoenix 35. Against Portland 31. Against the Clippers 42. Against OKC 33. And then he sat the next game, right? After he hurt his wrist or his finger.
What game are you on?
The second OKC game. He sat that game.
Yep.
And then comes back against the Clippers and hits for 33 again. Yeah, this dude went crazy, low key. He went crazy.
Wow.
That's like almost all the month of February.
Yeah, that's incredible. So I'm saying, dude is he's gonna be a certified all-star next year. He's gonna be in the MVP conversation.
I like that.
He's gonna be in the MVP conversation.
I like that.
Man. His March wasn't bad either, bro. His March wasn't bad either.
Woo!
What a season he had. My goodness. There's a 37 against Utah on a loss. Goodness gracious. We'll come back. Kyle Madson's going to join us. We'll talk 49ers football with him. Of course, he's the host of Candlestick Chronicles. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on the first couple of days of training camp as well. Plus James Ham at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. That's all coming up. Perhaps the biggest 13th round in history over here on 1320 TV, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. Log in, check that out. We're back with more here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'm having just a terrible back and forth with somebody. Have you seen this?
Yeah.
This is amateur hour.
It's time to put the phone down. It's time to put it down.
This is amateur hour. Oh my gosh.
They lost me with the one where like boxers would get beat up in the UFC. That's not what we were talking about.
What's the point of this? What's the point of this statement? It's neither here nor there. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones. And as you always know, shout out to Cola Sea Moss. Big ups. Go to colaseamoss.com. Go check that out. Go get you a little something over there. And we're here, guys. We're here. Damn, we're here. It felt like we never, like 5, 6, 7 years ago, felt like this was a pipe dream, that we would never get an opportunity to see two of the best fighters in the world, two of the best 3 fighters in the world. Some would say, there's people who say these are the 2 best fighters in the world. Errol Spence Jr., Terrence Bud Crawford. They're set to go on Saturday night in Las Vegas, Nevada. And I'm not changing the energy that I've had since people have been talking about this fight years ago. I think Terrence Crawford is a hell of a fighter. I think he's a Hall of Famer. He's one of the more talented fighters we've seen in this era in the last 20, 30 years. I take nothing away from him. But if he fights Errol Spence, I think Errol's just too much for him. And one of the reasons I think that is because Errol, he keeps talking about he's going to break Terrence Bud Crawford. He's telling you right now, I'm about to go to the body. I'm about to go to work. And let's see if he can stand up to that. I'm not going to stop going to the body. And here's the thing. Terrence Crawford, for as good as he is, as talented as he is, he gives opportunities to be hit. You know, he gets into the bravado thing where I got hit, so I got to give it back. And to hell with my defense and everything, we just going to slug it out, which is fun to watch, which is cool. He has the talent to get away with that with like Mean Machine. But I don't know if he can get away with that with a guy like Errol Spence Jr. And I think Errol Spence is going to do what he said he's going to do. He's going to break this man down. And I got Errol Spence winning by a unanimous decision. And the good thing about it is it just sets up the rematch. Can't wait for that, man. But this is special. This is special. This is not something you always get with 2 guys of this caliber. And regardless of who wins, I want to see a great fight. I want to enjoy this. This is special right here. I got Spence, Big Fish, strap season. You know what it is, by unanimous decision. And that's the 13th round. Yes, sir. Rose and yeah. Oh man, what's wrong with these people? Oh, you bring out, man. What's wrong with these people?
That's
man?
so funny.
Man, I don't know why they say this stuff.
That's
crazy.
so funny.
It's crazy. What's up with you, Kyle?
You know,
with that classic, bro. That's a classic that still goes hard right there, man.
it does.
That's
I have to clean out my hoodies. I have perhaps 15 hoodies. It's too many.
But only got 15? I got way too many. I got
more than that. Oh my god.
That's
like when somebody tells me they're like, dude, I have so many hats. I'm like, oh, how many hats do you have? And they're like, 6 hats. I'm like, that's cute. I wear that many in a week. What are we doing? But yeah, I'll never get rid of this one. That was the moral of that story.
Well, you look terrific in your hoodie. That wonderful voice you hear there is the voice of Kyle Madson. I did hear back from Guru. Guru apparently said on his radio show today, the person he wants to see in concert the most is R. Kelly.
Oh, sir. Well,
And I said, bruh, did you really say this? And he said, yes. But I can explain.
No, you can't.
But buddy, I don't think you can.
Guru's the funniest person I know.
Guru is that dude, man. Guru is that dude.
We legit
Guru, call in while I'm on.
Yeah, we might legit have to get Guru on the phone.
We might stop like Guru.
Whatever explanation he thinks he has, I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need to hear it.
It's gonna be gold too. That's why I need to. I would like to hear it live.
We'll make that happen.
It's gonna be an unbelievable explanation.
We'll absolutely make that happen. Are you excited as a content creator for 49ers football? Are you excited that like training camp is here, or are you more annoyed? Because it's random stories every day.
As somebody whose income is dependent on a number of posts, I'm thrilled that it's back. I went during the offseason between the draft, OTAs, between OTAs and the opening of training camp in that month and a half or whatever it is. Your boy's at 2 posts a day. That's all I got for you. I'm sorry. Unless some news happens, all right, then we'll go newser and a couple of posts off. But dude, outside that,
an alternate jersey.
At jersey content, I would take jersey content. I would take all that. But no, I'm happy it's back just because I love football. And this is actual stuff that we can look at and see and evaluate. The thing I'm annoyed by is the first 5 days of camp are an acclimation period. They're not even in practice yet or in pads yet. So while there's things that you can kind of take note of and, okay, I'm going to file that away for later and see if that continues with pads on. Javon Kinlaw, a perfect example. Everybody's freaking out about how Javon Kinlaw looks like. Well, yeah, he's been skinny before. And then he gets hurt. And he hasn't been very good at football when he has played. So let me see what he looks like with pads on. But I'm going to file that away. Like, okay, Javon Kinlaw looks good. But sweeping declarations and firm statements on anything any player is doing at this point is on July 28th is foolish to me.
It's crazy, man. I mean, you can do it and have fun with it. Like, it's fun, like, to go out there, like you said, and just watch, these guys play and practice and be like, oh man, he looks good, or oh, he struggled today or whatever. But that's all it is. It's that day. It's that moment. It's not, I struggled today. There are questions about whether or not they should keep him around.
That stuff's crazy.
Fred Warner, he got lost in coverage today, and they got to get this cap. They got to take care of it. So maybe settle down.
Fred Warner on fraud watch after 3 days of camp.
Oh yeah, man.
Brock Purdy threw an interception yesterday.
Oh man, that was the end of that. Did you what do you take from like Brock? Not necessarily like the numbers or whatever, but do you think it's going to be like, a slow ramp up for him to feel comfortable physically? Like, because I don't know what he's been doing up until this point. Are they like, I'm sure they're not, but I was going to say, are they like throwing him into the fire and he hasn't thrown much at all? Or has he been slowly ramping up until day one of training camp?
The second one. And Dr. Narav Pandya, who does, he's an orthopedic surgeon at UCSF. He relayed this on Twitter. It's basically like we're watching the last step of Brock Purdy's rehab, where he's now going through like live drills and he's not going to take contact yet. But that's why him being ready for the start of training camp is such a big deal, because now he gets this full training camp where there's no defense trying to hit him. And he can be in a controlled practice environment while going through what is essentially the last phase of his rehab. So the big deal for me is A, that he's out there at all, but then B, that he's throwing pain-free. He's making all the throws. How that looks, again, with pads on and with a defense trying to hit him, TBD. Like that won't. We'll have to see in the preseason what that looks like. But all of the benchmarks that he can possibly hit at this point on July 28th, he's hit. And I think that's really important for the 49ers having a healthy quarterback room. So that's kind of what I'm taking away from Brock Purdy's performance so far.
In reality, none of it matters because everything we heard today is Brandon Allen's the guy.
Well, that's the man. Kyle likes him for a reason. He don't get rid of nobody he likes.
It's so weird, bro. It's so weird. They went from adding Brandon Allen because they needed a third quarterback for camp because they didn't think Brock was going to be ready to Brandon Allen was so impressive in OTAs. Oh. And Kyle Shanahan even said he's going to forget about what happens in OTAs because he's got to come back and see in camp. And then he comes out and he's like, he was so super impressive in OTAs, so you can't just get rid of a guy like that. Like, yes, you can. You can 100% get rid of Brandon Allen, I promise. That's not going to win or lose you a Super Bowl, man. Like, let him go. It's okay.
I just love that. All you have to do is just change a guy like that to Brandon Allen. You can't get rid of Brandon Allen. It sounds a lot more ridiculous. Oh, you can't get rid of a guy like that. It sounds a lot more ridiculous when you say, "Oh, you can't get rid of Brandon Allen." I'm sorry, sir. Why,
dude? It would be.
Can't wait till he says you can't get rid of Sam Darnold. Why would you get rid of that guy?
Yeah, I don't. It would. I don't. It's silly. It just doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. And I understand the whole notion of like they've needed 3 or more quarterbacks in 5 out of Kyle Shanahan's 6 seasons. Like that is wild. Wow. So okay, I say needed. They've played 3 or more quarterbacks. I think in the 2017 season they just had a bunch of dudes who stunk, but they've had injury problems in so many of these years. And so I get why Kyle Shanahan would be hesitant. I guess it's 3 or more in 4 out of 6, but that's fine. I get why Kyle Shanahan would be hesitant to let a quarterback go, especially if he thinks that quarterback can run his offense. But at the same time, like I said, Brandon Allen, if he's starting your NFC title game, I don't think you're going to win. If he's starting the Super Bowl, I don't think you're going to win. So I don't understand it. And then you got Mike Silver reporting, and this is not, I'm not taking a shot at Mike Silver. This is just what he reported. He's reporting in the Chronicle that Shanahan's like, yeah, we could keep 4 quarterbacks, which is bananas. Why would you do that ever?
Right.
I don't like keeping 3 is like, okay, I get it. It's a lot, but I get it. Keeping 4? I don't.
That's insanity. That's insane.
He's not keeping 4.
I can't. I went through I do a 53-man roster projection. I basically have a spreadsheet where I update that kind of as things go. And I tried it, and it just doesn't work. Like you have to be either really shallow on the offensive line or the defensive line, or you're cutting a good running back, or I don't know. But I don't see it.
So with that being said, which I agree with everything you're saying.
Thanks.
Do you think Trey Lance and Sam Darnold are fighting for a roster spot?
No, yes, maybe. I think that no, because of everything I just said, I don't think that Brandon Allen is going to outperform Trey Lance or Sam Darnold. Even if he's a little bit better in practice, who do you feel better about winning you a game, Trey Lance or Brandon Allen?
So let me give a little clarification and a little more detail to what I was saying, because somebody brought this up, and I understand it. They were talking about I forgot who it was. I guess it's not important, but they were talking about the structure of the money, and the money of a third stringer is more in line with Brandon Allen. It's like $1 million or something like that, and the cap situation, trying to sign Nick Bosa, if you're trying to get money from anywhere, as opposed to, and you know this better than I do, as opposed to having 3 quarterbacks on the roster that total $15 million, probably want to have 3 quarterbacks on the roster that total $10 million, so you can give the other 5 to Nick Bosa. And that's where if you cut Trey or Sam Darnold, you gain, I'm like I said, this isn't specific, but $5 million, and you keep Brandon Allen at 3.
So that doesn't quite work, because Nick Bosa is due like $17 million this year, right? On his 5th year rookie contract, his 5th year option. when they give him his extension, that number is actually going to come down. He's not going to count as $17 million against the cap this year. So that $5 million is not going to impact what they can or
So it'll
cannot
be like
give
a
Nick
signing
Bosa.
bonus, like they'll restructure it as like a signing bonus or something, and he'll make like $1 million in salary, but $25 million in signing bonus.
Right. And so his cap number and they'll push that money down into the later years of the contract. That's kind of how the Niners have typically done this. So the Niners' entire quarterback room would be like the 13th highest paid quarterback in the league. The entire quarterback room, all 4 dudes. So that's such a marginal thing. I don't think that there's going to be financial stuff that plays into this for the 49ers. I don't.
Is there another big story outside of following the quarterback position at a 49ers camp? It feels like we've been talking, all of this week, and it's hard. I think the 49ers are one of the best teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking earlier, about a potential Eagles 49ers NFC Championship rematch, and I kind of stopped myself like, God, like, damn, they're there again. Like, we're just penciling in the 49ers. Really, and for me, I'm just penciling the 49ers and the Chiefs into their respective championship games like year after year after year. That's a tough ask for them, but the roster's there. Like this team is really, really good.
Yeah.
Outside of the quarterback, what's the other story here in training camp?
The fact Nick Bosa's not there is kind of a big deal. But the thing that really sticks out to me, again, aside from quarterback, because that's ultimately going to make or break what the 49ers do, and health, but that's true for every team. So I'll leave it out. The opposite defensive end from Nick Bosa is really intriguing to me, because if you just have a 0 on the other end, it becomes a lot easier to block Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, and Nick Bosa. Not that it's easy to block those dudes, but you get what I'm saying. Like it becomes exponentially more difficult to play against the 49ers defense if one of Drake Jackson, Cleveland Ferrell, Austin Bryant, maybe it's Robert Beal, one of those other defensive ends breaks out and is a again, doesn't have to be a superstar, but just is a quality pass rusher who teams have to account for. If they're able to just throw their right tackle on an island with whoever's out there and then use their 4 guys to block the other 3, like that suddenly makes things a little easier. So that's the thing I'm kind of keeping an eye on. Again, their defense is going to be fine regardless of what happens there. But if one of those players, if Drake Jackson, for example, 2nd round pick last year, he was a healthy scratch in 5 of the last 6 games, including all the playoff games. It's not great. But if he takes this step forward that they're hoping he'll take as a player, and he becomes a 5-6 sack guy, if he can basically replace Samson Ebukam, then it's going to be really, really hard to move the ball in the Niners. So that's the thing. And that relates to the quarterback, because if their defense is that good, it brings the bar down even lower for what they need from that position.
I think about somebody like Cleveland Ferrell, and this may not be like an exact comp or anything like that, but I remember a few years back, it was Glenn Dorsey, right? Who was the
Chiefs and then the Niners.
Out of LSU, was supposed to be an all-pro. Then was very disappointing with the Chiefs, and the Niners got him on the cheap. And he wasn't like lights out, but he played well for the 49ers when he got up here. And I wonder if that's the same thing that may happen with Ferrell, being just in a different situation where he doesn't have to be the best guy on the line. He can kind of get some one-on-ones, and every successful play isn't predicated on what he does. He can just move along at his own pace. I wonder if he ends up having that type of success with this Niners team.
It wouldn't shock me. They just have such a good track record of that, right? I mean, even going back to Glenn Dorsey, it's pretty rare that the Niners sign a defensive lineman and then that guy stinks. Like that doesn't happen a lot. And we've seen it with Arden Key. We saw it with Charles Omenihu. We saw it with Samson Ebukam. All these guys who have, Jordan Willis is another one. All these guys who came in basically as like just really non-factors in their careers. Kerry Hyder, another one, who have come in like his non-factors in their careers and then gone on to have career years and signed big contracts elsewhere after being with the 49ers. And I think that's just kind of what they're banking on at this point. They're going to have to, because they're super expensive on the defensive line elsewhere. So finding those guys on cheaper deals. So they're going to need a guy like Cleveland Ferrell to be a Charles Omenihu type, where maybe he plays multiple positions and gets after the quarterback a little bit. So I think they're banking on him.
seems like they might be banking on, that entire defensive line carrying them a long way. Steve Wilkes was raving about the defensive line. I think I was reading something like, oh, don't read too much into Brock Purdy's struggles. He might be going against the best defensive line that any quarterback is going against in practice. There's a unique, and I know you broke this down a number of times over at Niners Wire on Candlestick Chronicles last year, and it's something Kenny and I were talking about earlier this week about the the pre and post Christian McCaffrey 49ers offense, and how I think the number, these might not be exact, I think it was 19 points per game prior to Christian McCaffrey, and then it exploded to like somewhere around 30 after he got there. But what coincided with that, the defense got even better. And I don't know if this is a chicken or the egg question, but like, did they just lift each other? Did the defense lift the offense? Did the offense lift the defense? I mean, obviously you work in tandem as a team, but so many times you expect one side of the ball to have a shortcoming and you perhaps overly praise the other side. Well, these two seem to hit on all cylinders at the same exact time.
Yeah, I think the thing that really elevated the Niners defense down the stretch is one, and this is a smaller deal, but Jimmy Ward getting comfortable at the nickel. I think that definitely mattered. Two, you had Talanoa Hufanga, I think, making fewer mistakes down the stretch. But the Niners offense was so good down the stretch that they were putting teams in the spot you don't want to be against the Niners defense, where they're down a couple of touchdowns in the third quarter. And now it's a pass-heavy game script against a defense that wants to tee off on your offensive line. And I think that's why you saw so many takeaways late in games, forced fumbles, interceptions. I think that's kind of where that came from, where the Niners defense was already good. It was going to be good. But they go up to that like elite number one level when and a lot of defenses get better when they're up a couple touchdowns. But I think that's kind of what happened there, was the perfect marriage of Christian McCaffrey's arrival and his comfort in the offense, plus Brock Purdy giving the Niners that little bit extra that they didn't really get from Jimmy Garoppolo in terms of creating plays outside of structure, completing passes down the field. And then that turns into, okay, instead of scoring 20 in this game, they're scoring 38. And instead of being up 10 going into the third quarter, they're up 17 going into the third quarter. And the wheels kind of fall off for the opposing offense as the Niners defense life gets easier. So I guess a little of both.
Steve Wilkes, did the Niners kind of stumble across a potential elite defensive coordinator? Like I thought he did a solid job with Carolina at the end of the season. Did they stumble across somebody that might be overqualified to just be a defensive coordinator? Like, is this a guy that once again is going to leave them in a couple years?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think that's kind of his plan and their plan. So Steve Wilkes has not had a ton of success as a defensive coordinator. He's a really well-respected defensive backs coach, and his stints as a defensive coordinator haven't gone well, but he's also never been on a team this good. Players absolutely love him. You mentioned what he did in Carolina last year. I thought was super impressive as an interim head coach, because that was not a very good team. And I think they were either 500 or just above with him as the head coach, which is really impressive. I think he got hosed in Arizona because they hired him to be their head coach.
Yep.
And then they drafted, what's his name from UCLA? What was his name?
Josh Rosen.
Josh Rosen. Thank you. Josh McCown was the only name I could think of. Same kind of deal. But yeah, Josh Rosen, who stinks. And then they fired their head coach because their front office took a bad quarterback. That didn't make sense to me at all. So I think he got hosed there. And I think that everything that's happened to him since then has kind of been a trickle down of that. So it wouldn't shock me at all if the Niners come out, have a really good defense again this year, and he's getting hired away in a couple of years, because especially if Robert Saleh has some success with the Jets this year with Aaron Rodgers, and if DeMeco Ryans oversees a turnaround in Houston, like, how are you not hiring Steve Wilkes at that point?
Martin Luther Shanahan single-handedly keeping black coaches employed in the NFL. The league ain't gonna do it, but goddamn it, Kyle Shanahan is.
The other, I'm gonna zoom back in. on Steve Wilkes real quick. So what D'Amico Ryans did for the Niners linebackers, I'm fascinated to see if Steve Wilkes does that for the Niners defensive backs. Because the Niners could not put a bad linebacker on the field when D'Amico Ryans was in their orbit. He was hired in 2017, and they were just excellent at that position and have been with Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, Azeez Al-Shire. Oren Burks played the best football of his career last year when he was playing linebacker. So I'm interested to see now if we see a similar jump from their secondary, whether it's Talanoa Hufanga or the rookie Jair Brown or maybe Diamador Lenore, who was excellent in the playoffs last year. Maybe he takes that leap and is really good in the regular season now too. That's kind of one of the side effects, is not the added benefit of having Steve Wilkes that I'm interested to see is, did the Niners secondary take that leap so now it matches how good the front seven is?
How confident are you in Diamador Lenore and that secondary? I feel like we spent a lot of time last year talking about the secondary, and it turned out it was all right. It was cool. Oh, actually, it was pretty good. How do you feel about them heading into this season?
Fine. They just need the it's fine. Like they've needed. It's, if you have a player like Travarius Ward on one side, where you can leave him on an island with DeAndre Hopkins or DK Metcalf or whoever, and you feel okay about it, that makes life on that other corner so much easier. I think Isaiah Oliver at the nickel is a really good player. He's just not been able to consistently stay on the field. But since moving to nickel, he started outside with the Falcons and moved him inside, and his career just kind of turned around from there. So I think they're solid at those two spots. Lenore needs to be average, and their secondary is going to be really, really good. If he's better than average, then they have a chance to have the number one defense in the league again. So I'm pretty confident that they can reach the level they need to reach playing behind the front seven that they're playing behind.
I love it. That front seven and that linebacking core. When you talk about Fred and Greenlaw and I'm drawing a blanket. One of them left though, right?
Azeez Al-Shire. Yeah, he went to Tennessee.
That was Al-Shire.
Yeah.
So that puts who's the other linebacker? I'm drawing a blank.
Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles, Oren Burks. They drafted two linebackers.
Yeah, but Flanagan-Fowles played really well in his when he did play. He got better every time. So that linebacking core, I just keep remembering Fred Warner in the NFC divisional round, going step for step with who was it? Was it CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Come on,
that was so nuts. And that's the thing is, like, Nick Bosa gets all the praise, and he's a really excellent player at maybe the second most important position in football. But what Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw do in the middle, in terms of taking away the throws that so many modern offenses thrive on, is just that to me is what makes the Niners' entire defense go. If you don't have Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw just carrying receivers or running backs or tight ends or whoever and just taking away those easy first reads for these quarterbacks, then I think life becomes a lot more difficult for the Niners defense, even with Nick Bosa at defensive end. So I just, anytime I can, I give those guys credit, because I don't think they get, they're consensus 2 top 10 linebackers in the league. So they get credit, but I don't think when it comes to the 49ers, we're always like defensive line. It's like, nah, man, their linebackers are the ones that make that whole thing go.
I think you'll get the gist of this question. What do you think happens when Christian McCaffrey becomes a free agent?
I think the Niners will pay. It depends a little bit on how things shake out with like Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and Eric Armstead, who all have some big money coming up that the Niners can get out from under. But I think he gets signed either by the 49ers or somebody to a reasonable deal. And granted, he's going to be, how old is he now? 28. He's reaching that age where it's just like, it's tough to pay a running back like that. But he's such a good receiver, and I don't mean like pass catcher out of the backfield. Like, you could just line him up in the slot and he could be a really good slot receiver, which is where I think running backs need to kind of start going. Like, if you're a running back in college, get with the receivers and start running routes. Because if you can help the quarterback, you're going to have a job in the league for a long time. And I think Christian McCaffrey is one of those type of players.
He just turned 27, by the way, on June 7th.
Yeah, so he'll be 28, 29, whatever his contract comes up. I don't know. He's not going to be the highest paid player in the league or anything, but I don't think that he's going to come up on some of the deals that these other running backs are dealing with.
Pay that man.
The $11 million deal that Saquon Barkley got instead of that measly 10.4.
It's so dumb.
What were you, it felt like he crossed the picket line.
Yeah,
like, I was like, what,
that way, right?
Saquon, what are you doing? Like, what? Like,
yo,
what? You didn't even know franchise clause. Like, what is this?
What Jim Irsay said was insane, bro.
Oh man,
that was nuts.
With the running back looking for a contract on his team,
their best player by like a lot.
Yeah,
like a lot. Can you imagine if Domas had gone to the Kings and been like, "Yo, I'm looking for this extension," and the Kings went, "Nah, you know what? Big men these days, not feeling it. don't love big men in the NBA today." So it's like, no, man, he's one of your best players. Give that man his money. Like that just, and it's not like they've got to pay a quarterback.
Yeah.
Like just give him.
Give that man what he's worth.
I missed it.
Or just give him something. Like, don't lowball him. That's the biggest thing. You ain't got to like give him the biggest contract ever, but just don't lowball him.
Right.
I missed this, but Jesse just hit me to what happened with Saquon. Apparently, he had an epiphany.
No, that's facts. That's what he said.
That's
he
what
had
he
an epiphany
said.
the night
I've
before.
never seen that actually.
He had an epiphany.
That's
Boy,
epiphany.
Epiphany ain't never made you $11 million. That's Kyle Madson, Candlestick Chronicles, NinersWire.com as well. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, man.
You remember that? And it was nice to talk Niners. I felt like I knew what I was talking about. You remember that in Bad Boys 2 when Martin Lawrence says to Will Smith, he goes, "I had an epiphany. Okay, you're an enigma." That always made me laugh.
An enigma.
That was a good movie too. They did a good job.
The second one was when he was on ecstasy, right?
Yes.
That was the second one. Yeah, that's just tremendous.
Oh my God, that whole scene is the best.
Oh, that's Bad Boys for Life.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one yet.
It's Bad Boys 4.
Yeah,
there's a Bad Boys 4
Boys
coming.
4, yeah,
which I don't think is out.
No,
but
they said they're doing it.
But the third one's called Bad Boys for Life.
Yeah, I hadn't seen.
They didn't think that through.
No,
they really didn't think that through.
Yeah, love Bad Boys 2. Haven't seen Bad Boys 3 yet, or Bad Boys for Life, or whatever it's called.
Oh, yeah, I just heard back from. Please have me on so I can defend myself.
Oh my God.
Hey, you got Guru's number? I'm gonna send it to you right now. You want to stick around for this?
Yes.
I
have 2 things to write and some clothes to fold, so I am procrastinating.
busy day.
If I can hang out for this, I'm going to.
Yeah, please do. Let's see. Where's Jesse? Here we go. Yeah. Oh man, he said yes, but I can explain. Oh yeah. Where's
Dr. David at? These boys showing why they last.
This is gonna be so funny.
These boys showing why they.
Just put it down, bro.
What are you talking about?
I was having a discussion with somebody down south.
Oh, for real?
They just showing why it's a struggle right now.
Oh no.
Just showing to the world.
I gotta see this. I gotta see this.
Oh man.
You know what's crazy about basketball and like AAU? Is I see so many people interviewing players and they'll be like, "Here's our interview with such and such, class of 2031. Like, what are we doing, man?
Yeah. I think Reese is, what is this, 2023? He's 10, so he's class of 2030, I think. Maybe 2031.
Can you imagine him playing a basketball game and somebody being like, I need to interview him?
Not yet. Maybe at the end of the summer.
Give it a couple years. A couple months.
maybe after I work with him just a little bit more. We working on some things, man. Maybe by the end of the summer.
Tough day. Tough day. Be careful, buddy. You might be heading east here pretty soon. Be careful.
Wait, what?
Kenny's just having a unique Twitter exchange with one of the writers down south, and
the guy said, I wouldn't be able to tell who these guys are, and I work in sports.
Well, haven't we looked at
Maybe that's why you're last.
UFC don't even do pay-per-view numbers like boxing, really, do they? As far as the big fights?
Not that I know of. But even then, even I know who Usman and Izzy are.
Yeah, that sounds like a you problem if you don't know.
Yeah, like you don't know.
Yeah, that's a you problem.
Two of the biggest fighters in the world. That's why you're losing. I know who Poirier is. I know who DC. I know I can name 10 UFC fighters just because I follow sports. You can't name 10 boxers. That's you step your game, my brother.
Ice Cube just out here talking to Tucker Carlson, huh?
Oh, Ice Cube having a rough one, man.
Wow.
Come on, Cube.
He keeps telling us, y'all read too much into this. Nigga, you're out here talking to Tucker Carlson. Like, what the fuck do you want us to read into that? You're out here talking to Tucker Carlson, bro. Come on, Cube.
Cube has had a bad week.
Oh, Guru's here. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I cannot wait for this. All right, we're coming back.
This is the best time of my life.
Oh yeah, this is good. This is good. I can already hear his voice now. No, D-Lo. No, I can hear it right now. All right, here we go, Carl.
We got him. We got him.
Even Kyle Madson had to stick around for this.
Like, ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
So to set the stage, James Ham going to join us here in just a heartbeat. Our man Guru over at 95.7 The Game, we were tipped off by our man Drew Down. Said Guru really said today the person he wants to see in concert the most is R. Kelly. And I hit up Guru. I was like, hey, did you say this? And Guru said, yes, I can explain. Please have me on so I can defend myself.
Oh my God,
Guru!
I love you. Oh, I love all three of you. You guys are my go-to show. But at first, I gotta say this: technology is incredible. Drew Down is in our chat. Then he'll go to your chat and come back and talk about what's going on in your chat. So when you send me that D-Lo, I said, oh my God, I almost dropped the phone. I go, how did he know? How did he get to him? And Drew Down and threw me under the bus. So what was said, guys, and I got to be careful here because I know we are in an era of cancel culture. Steinmetz asked me, we were talking about the great Taylor Swift and her concert tonight. Mm-hmm. So he said, give me a performer, somebody that you've seen that, you would give your right arm to see. And I blurted out because I've seen this guy 7 times. My marriage is predicated before the scandal on R. Kelly concerts. And to me, guys, I know what he's doing and what he's done in jail. I'm a father. I'm a dad. I'm a husband. I'm not defending any of that. But if we wanted to really pull people's cards for what they're famous for and what craft they perfect and what they've done on the side, there would be no entertainment. But with that said, Robert Kelly is the greatest songwriter, the greatest performer I have ever seen. And I'm a male. I have undergarments. He's so great at the concert that there were times to where I said, if I understand the throwing of garment, but I've never done it. So I want to defend myself. I'm not judging it. He's a monster. He's where he's supposed to be. But guys, I play his music because I could differentiate what the artist and what he's done. The dude's incredible, man. And if we want to get real, and I love the King, and my son's gonna get mad.
Hey, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm just saying.
Don't do it.
Gray area there.
Don't do it.
Kelly, I know you're a monster and you're in jail, rightfully so. But on a record, backyard party, just bump and grind, you are. I believe I could fly. I can't ignore that.
Well, all right. Let me help Guru out just a little bit. Let me help my man Guru out just a little bit.
Help me out, Kelly.
Because look, there's no denying his talent in the catalog.
Right.
But Goo, and look, Goo, I think I've seen R. Kelly 3 times, maybe 4 times.
Okay.
That's gone.
Yeah.
That's gone.
Oh,
That's gone. That can't come back out here, man. Once again, no denying the catalog. We all know what it is. It's gone though. It's gone.
Go. I get the tracks hit.
Okay.
Let me tell you something that worked for me.
Oh, tell me.
Next time you put Bump and Grind on, remember he's singing to an 11-year-old.
You know what, D-Lo?
You'll be able to turn it off a lot easier.
Hey, listen, you know what? That bothered you. Just ruined it.
See, hey, you're
No, R. Kelly ruined it.
All right, R. Kelly ruined. Again, guys, I don't want to go here. And I was talking about 2 Kings. And we want to really get real, Elvis, whatever. I'm not saying nothing. I love you.
Ain't my king.
Ain't my king.
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and I'm gonna say this to you because I'm all over now. Music ain't what it used to be, and I know I sound like an old head. Oh, Goo, you 50. Come on. My hoop game 35. But you know what I mean. Music ain't what it used to be. And R. Kelly at that craft, whatever he did, I can't ignore how great he was. That's all.
Well,
Does that make me a bad person, man?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, look. Let me ask Guru this. Let me give him. Okay. Let's run it back a little. Let's give him another opportunity.
Okay. All right.
Outside of the man you just mentioned, who would you want to see right now in concert?
There's no doubt it's Drake, and I hit our guy Beast Move. I'm trying to get some hookup for my daughter's on my neck about the concert, but Drake is the GOAT. He's in my top 5. He's honest. He's just special. And Drizzy Drake is the guy that if it were 1,000, 1,500, I would pay to go see my guy.
That's not a bad take.
I know you're soft. That's
no,
fine.
It's not a bad take.
But Drake is special, man.
It's not a bad take.
That's strong.
Right, I love it because you got the Drake bars.
Are you going to see Taylor Swift tonight?
No, I'm not. And I'm going to be honest. I'm going to keep it real. I brought up on the air, like Beyonce, I know her hits are Janet Jackson, Control. Mm-hmm. No titles, D-Lo and K. Diddy came to me for Taylor Swift that stick out. Now, if I hear the song, I'd be like, oh, that's her. But I'm mad at myself because title-wise, it ain't, Control or something that I could say that, like a Virgin, Madonna. And I'm mad at myself.
Well, don't be mad at yourself. And your boy wrote this one. You are not alone.
Okay.
I only know "Take It Off" and "Bad Blood." Those are only 2 Taylor Swift songs I know off the top of my head.
Lamar remix. That's the one.
Yeah,
that I know.
That's the only ones I know off the top of my head. Right. So I'm with you.
Yeah.
Real quick before Google goes, I gotta ask him, man, because he's part of the 13th round community. Who you got tomorrow, man? Who is it, man? Is it Big Fish? Strap season?
I got Earl Spence. I got Earl Spence.
Let's go.
He's got the height advantage, and you may say that means nothing, but there's a lot of talking going on. But this is his moment. He's he's an angel. He survived that car accident. He was at fault. But I really think he's going to give Bud Crawford the business. And what if I tell you this? I think Bud's been running. So you can say that means nothing tomorrow. But I think Earl Spence makes it happen. So I cannot wait, y'all.
I'm going to text you, man. I'm going to text you during the fight.
Hey, we do a show with Sister Station. I go to Odyssey every day on my commute to listen to y'all. So just know when you're talking, I'm listening.
We appreciate
Likewise,
you,
big dog.
I miss you, Goo.
and just know you didn't make things better. Guru, you still listen? You didn't make things better. Guru doubled down and said, triple down.
Look, I understand what Guru's saying, but I had to let him know that those days are done. We can't even do that. We can't even do that. Like, I understand what he's saying, but we can't even do that. We can't do it.
We bring in James. You're welcome to leave or stay, whatever you want to do. Kyle was adamant. I got to stick around for whatever Guru.
I'm so happy I did. Hey, are there more two opposite people in the universe than Guru and James?
No.
Okay.
No, very much or not.
All right, guys. Appreciate
All
you.
right. Kyle Madson.
James.
Hey,
James.
Candlestick Chronicles. Oh, sorry, James.
Oh, no.
Sorry, James.
Oh, no.
I've been eliminated.
Nanos Wire. Oh, man.
Boy.
Who do you want to see in concert?
What were my choices?
Well, not what Guru was going to see. No, they were having a discussion on 95.7 about Taylor Swift, I think she's at Levi's for the next 2 nights. I think she's there tonight and tomorrow. And I think that just sparked up a conversation about what concerts you'd want to see, or maybe someone you haven't seen yet. Because I know you and Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, you guys do a lot of concerts already. Is there someone you haven't seen?
I'm kind of running out of bands that we really want to see. We have Madonna tickets, but that got postponed. Actually, it's funny. We had Gwen Stefani tickets and on like a Friday night, and Lady Gaga tickets on a Saturday night in May of like 2020 when the pandemic hit. Yeah. Whenever the pandemic hit, so we didn't go to Vegas for that. So I would say I'd like to see Gaga. But outside of that, like, I've seen a lot of bands. So I don't know. We even at Golden One, I think we're at 11 concerts we've seen at Golden One. So Elton John, Paul McCartney, like, we've seen all the big Maroon 5 there. We saw Timberlake. We've seen a lot of bands.
You going to YG?
Maybe if I knew what YG was. It sounds like an internet provider, which I should
How do you feel about
to.
the new? How do you feel about the new Travis Scott album?
Nope.
All right.
And I don't listen to country at all. So, like, I know that's something that always comes out. People are like, oh, country. Like, no, that ain't happening. I don't even want to shop at the grocery store down the street because all they play is country.
No.
Yeah.
What's that song? Because I've got friends in low places.
Yeah, that's Garth Brooks from like the early 90s.
There's just one famous country record, and Kenny knows it.
One.
What's the other one? These boots aren't made for kicking or something like that.
For walking.
For walking.
And that's not country either.
Oh,
yeah. That's classic rock.
I love that you refer to that as the other one. Like, so now we're up to 2. There's 2 country songs. Fantastic. You're listening to Tilo and KC.
Genre's growing every day.
Tilo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app as we welcome in our buddy, our 1320 Kings insider and the creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, here for the final hour of the show today, for the final hour of the week. Not Kings related. By the way, I don't want this to. Did you see Chemezi Metu's tweet? There's only one reason I'm bringing it up.
No.
Chemezi Metu tweeted, and you guys can't see, but Jesse popped for this. Chemezi Metu went to Twitter yesterday and said, y'all gonna stop getting on this app and disrespecting Paul Pierce like he not one of the best to ever do it.
That's right. I woke up this morning. I checked the rundown. It says, oh, Chemezi Metu tweet. You guys see? I was like, what is he talking about? The Kings or something? I go, Paul Pierce. Yeah, that's my guy, Chemezi Metu. Me and Metu, part of the Paul Pierce fan club right there.
Metu tripping.
Jesse want to trade now with Phoenix to get Metu back here. Jesse need a season credential so he could go talk to Metu about Paul Pierce.
Tell me your thoughts on Paul Pierce.
Metu went to Lawndale High School, which isn't far from Inglewood, so maybe that has something to do with it as well.
Paul Pierce does it does get a little silly with Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce's game, he was good.
He was really
like
good.
Paul
He
Pierce
was the truth
really
for
good.
A reason.
Yeah, he was really, really good.
He was the truth for a reason.
I think he named himself, though. Like,
No,
It fit,
Shaq did
though.
that.
Shaq gave it to him.
Yeah, Shaq did that.
oh,
And it
okay.
fit.
Yeah,
It fit.
Shaq called him the
He
truth.
He was hitting big shots after big shots.
Yeah, he's a guy
It's Paul George that names himself. Paul,
Playoff P.
Paul George is the one that gives himself nicknames.
Okay. Yeah, Paul Pierce, like, he could only hit shots when people were draped all over him. Like, he's one of the best shooters with close range defenders that I've ever seen. And it seems like the closer you got defensively to him, the better he got. He hit everything when you were in his face. So, yeah, outside of that, I mean, I think he hasn't held up well post career. I don't think I don't enjoy his commentary, and he looks like he's on the Antoine Walker path to success. So, and that's not a great path to be on.
He's living his life. Jeannie Buss said LeBron James would have his Lakers jersey retired.
I think that's a little aggressive.
But wouldn't say which one.
You're gonna do like Kobe.
All of them.
You can't. That needs to be for Kobe only. You like LeBron because he was there 20 years and he played like 10 years in one and 10 years in the other. LeBron's going to wind up being there for what? At best 6?
He shouldn't get his jersey retired.
I disagree with that.
Why would he get his jersey retired?
Well, she
like
said
you said, he
because-
played there 6 years.
She said because he's going to the Hall of Fame and he's won a title here. Like he's absolutely. She was definitive. And when she was asked like which one, she was like, "Well, we'll talk about that later."
I disagree with Jimmy there.
I'm okay with it.
He doesn't need
His legacy has nothing to do with his time with the Lakers. So, like, his legacy was cemented so long before he ever got to the Lakers.
Yeah, he did win a title with them, though. He became the all-time scoring leader with the Los Angeles Lakers. You can put quote. He got a ring, got a trophy, got a playoff bonus.
Did he get a parade?
Yeah, him and the Dodgers, I think, were planning one together. I mean, to his defense, though, we couldn't go outside. But
well, look, it don't bother
have a
me one
virtual
way or
parade.
another. I just wouldn't have. It's just not enough time spent.
It's fine with me. He just can't have 2. That's where I draw the line. You can't retire 23 and 6. Not in LA.
Well, you start running out of numbers.
True.
I mean, for a franchise like that, yeah.
But keep that to Kobe.
The Celtics got ridiculous though. Sorry, Jesse. Isn't Cornbread Maxwell's number retired?
At least they're retiring their own players' numbers, though. Like Lakers claiming another star as their own once again.
Why is Casey Jones number retired?
I don't know. The Celtics do overdo it though.
Is Shaq's jersey retired in LA?
Yeah.
How long was he there?
Oh, he was there.
I want to say like 6 years.
Was he?
I don't think so.
It was like 8 years, 9 years.
Okay.
95.
Did win 3?
Or no, excuse me, 96 to 2004, maybe 2005.
Let's see. He was 1996, 97 through
If only there's a way we
2003,
could look this up.
2004.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
3 titles, MVP. I mean, that's retirement worthy.
Okay.
Yeah.
No disrespect to LeBron James,
No, it's
maybe the
just
greatest ever play.
Felt a little bit.
But that's multiple titles.
Okay. Well, I mean, LeBron might win another one.
He won't.
I don't think so either, but I don't think so either.
You going to the Kings?
He might.
That's why he won another one.
What? Hey, play your last game where you played your first.
There you go.
I'm with it. Which he might do, just in a Cavs uniform. he'll go play one last season with the Cavs, and if the NBA was smart, they'd schedule game 82 at the Golden One Center. James, we were talking earlier about, what Sacramento did last year was pretty incredible. I don't know that we're going to see something quite like that, but every year there's a team that kind of ascends in a way that a lot of people, weren't prepared for. Can you see a team, and again, it doesn't have to be as drastic of a jump as the Kings made this year, but can you see a team kind of crawling out of the bottom 5 or so and, catapulting their way all the way up into the potentially top 6 or maybe the top part of the play-in?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. Like and we talk about New Orleans all the time that they're just, one healthy season of Zion away from being something. But I think the other teams that you really have to look out for are the Oklahoma City Thunder and probably the Utah Jazz. Like the rebuild in Utah has happened really quickly. I don't know that they're going to be great, but I certainly like some of what they're doing. I like their draft picks. I like, the addition of John Collins. Like I think that team overall has some talent, and we'll have to see how it all works out together. But that should be a team on the rise, whether it's this year or it's like in the not too distant future.
Let me ask you a question about the Western Conference real quick. So last year, I think I just had it up here. The worst record in the Western Conference was a tie between the Rockets and the Spurs with 22 wins. They went 22-60. Do you think the Western Conference has any teams with 22 or fewer wins next year?
I mean, if anyone, it's going to be the Spurs. Like the Spurs would like to run it back and do that again. Maybe Victor Wembanyama helps them a little bit, but I still think that they know that they're planning on him being great and some of the other pieces around him being much better. But that's a team that I could see really looking to play poorly for another season. I'd also say that like once the dust settles with the Damian Lillard situation, whatever happens there, the Portland Trailblazers don't project to be a very good team at all. So that would be a team like, again, they can be good, but maybe 2-3 years down the road. Like I do like Shaedon Sharpe. I do like Scoot Henderson. I do like some of the pieces that they have. But it's going to take a while. I mean, they have to assemble a bunch of stuff. And I guess in the meantime, they'll just rely on Jeremy Grant to eat up enough cap space where they don't have to like worry about the floor. That's just not a well-assembled team right now, and it's going to take a while.
So one of the reasons why I asked that is because I think the common thought around the league and people that cover the league is, say, for instance, we'll take the Kings 48 wins as a 3 seed, and they'll say, oh, well, this year was just a crazy, weird year. 48 wins is not getting you 3 seed next year. I'm telling you, like, if you want to be the 3 seed, you got to get 53, 55, something like that. Like, it's going to be different. And you can help me out with this one. I don't think the math works out. Like, I don't think if San Antonio is the one team maybe getting below 22, and remember, San Antonio didn't want to do anything this year, and they got 22 wins. Same with Houston, got 22 wins. Where are the other wins coming from around the conference where somebody might get to 60 or high 50s? Like, I think it's going to be a lot more of the same as what we just saw last year as far as win totals and where the seedings are.
I mean, that might be possible, but I also think we could potentially see massive regression by like 4 or 5 teams. Like we got a lot of teams that have like put all their eggs in some very strange and brittle baskets, and so I think, again, like Phoenix is a team that everyone points to that could be like a championship contender. They also have no depth and could have a whole bunch of problems if injuries hit. I think the Golden State Warriors could have a regression season again. I think the Los Angeles Clippers could have a massive regression season. We got to stop looking at the Clippers as some scary team, because we've felt that way about them for like 2 or 3 years now. And every year they fall flat on their face. And so,
well, I don't think the way that team is built, though, it's built for a massive regression. Like, they've survived without Paul Pierce and Kawhi Leonard. They haven't won the title, but being a 30-win team or a 35-win team, I don't think is likely with that roster.
Yeah, but I mean, they were a 44-win team with Kawhi and with Paul George, like missing all kinds of games. And there's nothing that says that those guys aren't going to miss all kinds of games again. There's just nothing. So, like, I don't see a big boost out of a team like Minnesota. Again, like the Pelicans are hit and miss. They could clearly regress if they're stuck in the same exact situation, and they might, at some point have to part out some of that roster. I don't see some big jump from the Dallas Mavericks. I don't like most of what they did during the offseason. And I think that they're like sort of a rudderless ship at this point. So like maybe it will be tough to find another 5 to 7 wins for some team to jump up really high. But I mean, that could also be why, the Vegas odds makers have the Kings at like 43.5 wins, because they're looking at the same thing, that there isn't like a bunch of teams that should have like massive regression. But like some of these teams are very close to, like, once you get to a certain point and you don't think you can win 45, you could see teams start to like become 30 to 33 win teams so they can get better draft position and stuff like that. Like, I don't know what all of those, like all of the teams we're talking about that could have regression. I haven't looked at where all their picks are going and all that stuff, but there's certainly a point where, you know, one or two of those teams could get to 20 games left in the season and go, okay, we're done. Like, we're not going to make any noise at all. And it's silly for us to sit here and fight when we have no chance. So let's just go ahead and take a back seat. And I think the play-in tournament kind of eliminates a little bit of that, but like it's something that's happened for decades in the NBA where teams, you know, 20, 25, even 30 games left in the season, if they don't have a legitimate shot, they could pull the plug on what they're doing.
We should probably shift gears here for a minute. This is like happening as the show is going on.
Pretty interesting.
Did you guys get it? And I see you know what I'm referring to. Did you get a chance to read the league memo regarding Dame Lillard and Aaron Goodwin?
I didn't read it, but I did look at the I did watch Sham's video on this, and I think it's really interesting.
So the memo in its entirety is out there. Our buddy Chris Haynes was he put the entire memo out there. The gist of it is, and it's pretty in depth. The league interviewed Dame and Aaron Goodwin about his stance of only wanting to play for the Heat. League officials told Lillard and Goodwin that any further comment about players that are forcing trades to a specific location is subject to potential discipline. Now, apparently, Aaron Goodwin denied that he told teams that Dame wanted to trade to the Heat. However, Aaron Goodwin told the Miami Herald, I do what I should for my clients. Some teams I did call, other teams have called me. It's a respectful relationship with most teams. Truthfully, he wants to play in Miami. Of course, I think it was Chris Haynes that reported recently that Aaron Goodwin was telling NBA teams, don't trade for Dame Lillard. Mm-hmm. You'll get an unhappy player. He only wants to play in Miami. And the league said, don't do that. Don't do that again, or there could be some discipline coming your way and some discipline coming the way of your client, Dame Lillard. I don't recall ever seeing anything like this before, James.
Where the league is, well, okay, so first of all, there are league rules in place that a player can quietly request a trade from the team, but they're not allowed to publicize that. That's part of the league rules. I remember Rich
Paul getting fined for that during the Anthony Davis situation.
Yeah. I'm not sure who's been fined and who hasn't in the past. I just know that like the integrity of the league is at stake here. Like we talked about this. This is not how it should be run at all. It's not how it should, if a team doesn't have enough to trade for a player, then like a player shouldn't like force that team, force the team they're playing for to accept less. Like Damian Lillard has made a tremendous amount of money as a basketball player. I haven't looked it up, but I'm going to guess he's probably made $250 million. And all of that has come from
I'm sorry.
Have we done Dame
I'm
before?
sorry.
Have we done it?
I don't know if we've ever done Dame before.
Oh,
you said the magic words, though. You said the magic words, James. Let's see what we got here. Hang on. Where are we? Career earnings for Dame Lillard. What was your number, James?
My number was 250.
That's 11 seasons. That's 11 seasons, not counting what's ahead. So
not counting. Okay.
There's 4 seasons ahead. So 11 seasons. James coming in at 250. Anybody else want in?
Highest year? What's the highest year?
Highest year. Well, it's going to be last year. 42 million. Dame Lillard, of course, was, as everyone in Sacramento knows, he was the number 6 overall pick in the 2012 back. 2012 draft.
So we're only going off of what he made so far?
So we'll go off just so far.
Let me go. Kenny, you go first. You're still under 500.
James is at 250.
Shot.
It was a shot.
I'm going to say 315.
315.
Let me go 320.
Ladies and gentlemen, James Ham grabs his first victory of pocket watching, it's 233.
Oh my gosh, it's the poor guy.
It's
Just to feed his family.
Well, let's revisit this conversation in 4 years when that number balloons to 449.
Yeah. And there's a player option in the 2026-27 season for $63 million.
Goodness gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, James Ham undefeated.
Congratulations.
In pocket watching. James didn't even know what happened when that music hit, but he was ready to go.
Amazing.
250 million. Well done, James.
That music hits. It just gets you going, bro. I'm telling you. I was editing the podcast for later, and I'd stop what I was doing editing. I was like, no, we're playing pocket watches right now.
Pocket watching, baby.
That's amazing. It's a player option at $63 million.
Yep.
Oh.
Still, yeah, I mean, it's still poor man's land compared to Jalen's 69. Pause. His 69 million that he's doing his final year.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a player option. I just think he getting it.
It is just one of them things. It sounds like well, it doesn't sound like a lot of money. It is a lot of money. But it's just one of them things. I mean, is it a lot of money to make that for a year, or is there a lot of money to be able to pay that to somebody? Right. And like not going to poorhouse.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I can pay you $70 million a year and I'm gonna make $100 million this year.
Right.
Yeah.
That's part of the game.
If you're paying 70 million, you're making well over 100
you know what
million.
I mean? Yeah.
You're making well over.
So it's really
$100
crazy.
million.
Well, that, and we're talking about before any endorsement deal, anything else. I mean, that's a lot of money. So, like, look, I'm not going to feel bad for Dame, but what I do know is it's just not a good look because.
Well, we'll also point out Dame's not losing any of his money.
No, he's not losing any of his money.
I don't remember what number I just said, 449 or what no matter what team he plays for, that's going to be the number.
Yeah. It's just for me, it's really hard to fathom like pushing this button because you know that you're hurting the team that that's been really loyal to you and that you've been loyal to. And we can talk about like whether that's the case in every single situation or, guaranteed money versus not, or they can just trade you at any time. But that's not this case. Like this franchise has been loyal to him through thick and thin. And to force their hand, it's okay to say you don't want to play there anymore. I'm not saying that. That's totally fine. What I'm saying is you can't like just completely wipe out your trade value, which is what they're trying to do. They're trying to wipe out his trade value and make it so only the Miami Heat can get him. And the Miami Heat don't have enough. And so it's really interesting because we're seeing like a very disruptive force trying to help one specific team and one specific player while hurting another specific player. So if I'm the commissioner, like you got to look long and hard at this. This is not a good situation at all for the league. It's fine that he doesn't want to play there anymore. It's not okay. Like even if it's like, look, 5 teams, that's all I want to play for. And the other thing is Dame doesn't even have a no trade clause. So it's not like he can write his own ticket. It doesn't matter. The only thing he can do is hold out. And it's like, okay, hold out. You hold out, you don't get your money. And that's it. So yeah, it's a bad situation.
Do you think this is this type of stuff is happening because Dame is so high profile? Because you can't convince me that agents don't do this all the time.
It happens.
He's not, you don't want to come here.
Oh yeah.
So is it just because it's Dame that I'm not,
it might be because it's public. Like it's so public. Like that could play a part in it too.
Well, but why is it public? Like I don't think Aaron Goodwin did a podcast saying Dame's not going to come to Boston. It's a bunch of reports. Like that's what's public. It's a bunch of like he said, she said,
well,
third party.
Goodwin
people.
was the one who said he. Well, no, you're right. It was a report that Aaron Goodwin was telling people.
Right.
Dame doesn't. He's not going to.
And I believe he said it. I believe he said, but it's not like you can quote him like he was on Sports Center saying, "Nope, Dame's not coming here." It's no different than Chris Mannix.
And those teams, like if we're going with this hypothetical, we'll say Boston. Boston does have something to gain by saying public to Chris Haynes. Aaron Goodwin called and said, don't trade
Mhm,
for him.
mhm,
And that moment is in front of us.
mhm.
It's the league stepping in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, over the course of time, there have been plenty of trades that have been foiled because some player didn't want to go somewhere. Like, I mean, we've even heard rumor that either last year's trade deadline or the year before's trade deadline, the Kings had another deal worked out with someone else, and their agent very specifically said, "My player does not want to play for you and would not go to Sacramento." Now, it's all out there somewhere in the mist. We have no idea who that player was or who that agent was. But I can tell you very specifically, it was reported on in, this is going way back when Sam Amick was at the Sacramento Bee. He reported on the situation when the Kings traded Kevin Martin to the Houston Rockets. And as part of that deal, Tracy McGrady was supposed to land in Sacramento. And the Kings were told very specifically that they would trade Tracy McGrady to the New York Knicks. And the Kings were like, wait a sec, what are we talking about here? And said, that's it. The discussion's over. You're trading him to the Knicks. He is going to the Knicks. He's not going to Sacramento. And that's exactly what happened. Tracy McGrady was traded to the Knicks, and the Kings got Larry Hughes, who had broke his wrist or something and was out for the season and was at the end of an expiring contract and never even showed up in Sacramento, never played for the Kings once. And that was a very, very specifically reported deal where an agent said, this is what's my player is not going there. And so like these things have happened, and they've happened for a long time. It's just, whether these situations continue to happen. And I'm sure they do. They happen all the, like again, the Kings had a deal worked out for somebody not too long ago. The Kings have had players in the draft that will not come to Sacramento and are very specifically to work out. And the team is very specifically told, my player will not work out for you and do not draft him. He will not play for you. And so these things happen, just like how we had the Trace Jackson Davis situation during the draft. He wanted to go he thought he would go in the first round. When he didn't go in the first round, he wanted guaranteed money in the first couple of picks of the second round, and then tumbled because that word got out there that he would only play for a team that had guaranteed money, that was giving him an actual contract, not a two-way contract. And so he fell all the way to 56 or whatever, where the Warriors picked him, which of course just happens to magically be his agent is Mike Dunleavy's brother. Mike Dunleavy is a general manager for the Golden State Warriors. Okay. So these things happen all the time. Just like when Tyrese Halliburton was in the draft, he told his agent and his people, whether they fully admit to it now or not, that there were things put in place to force him to fall to a team like the Kings. Like there were a group of teams in front of the Kings that they did not feel was a good place for him to land, and they refused to give medicals to those teams. And of course, Halliburton had broken his wrist in his sophomore season at Iowa State. And if you didn't have his medical and you didn't know that he was okay, then there was going to be question marks. And so they refused to have interviews, and they refused to share medicals. And he fell number 12, which is literally about 5 or 6 spots below where he should have gone in that particular draft.
Tyrese forcing his way to the Kings. He really was a trailblazer, that kid. He really was a trailblazer.
When he says he wanted to be here,
I'm going to force my way to Sacramento. Not many can say that.
Yeah.
But the great Tyrese Halliburton can. All right, we'll talk more about this. There's, Jesse reminded us Dwayne Dedman was fined $50,000 for requesting a trade. I think that was in the Sac B article. There's more to talk about with I think that, like, what now?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's this? Like, what does this mean? What does this memo mean? What does this piece of news that we got here from the NBA today mean? We'll talk more about that with our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Hammons, dealing with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino, rolls along here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
He really did too. Talking about throwing undergarments at R. Kelly.
Guru.
That man, Guru, funny.
What? What?
Yeah, Guru's had a day.
Is he gonna stop by his prison cell somewhere and like see if he can get an
Blake
interview with
Guru
him?
was talking. He might.
Wow.
He might. We have advised Goodwin and Lillard that any future comments made privately to teams or publicly suggesting Lillard will not fully perform the services called for under his player contract in the event of a trade will subject Lillard to discipline by the NBA.
You guys think this changes anything, or does he still end up in Miami one way or another?
Yeah, that's the conversation we got to have when we get back.
Yeah. I like Aaron Goodwin too. I've always liked Aaron. I think he's a good dude. I think he does right by his clients.
I think he was Yo's agent, if I remember correctly.
I'll tell you whose agent he was in my third season. He was Terrence Williams' agent.
Oh,
and wow. Terrence Williams, of course, was the 10th pick in the draft by the Houston Rockets and was out of the league within like 3 years. Incredibly talented player, like great court vision, 6'6" with a 40+ vertical leap, like huge wingspan, such a great passer, like really bad shooter, but a great passer. And he signed 2 10-day contracts in Sacramento, and Aaron stayed here in Sacramento with him the whole entire 20 days to make sure that nothing went south. And that's just like, I gained a lot of respect for Aaron during that time, because Terrence, like, I found him to be very interesting to talk to. Like he would stonewall you and give you 1 and 2 word answers until you just stood there and just waited him out. And eventually, if he realized that you weren't going to leave, he'd actually talk to you. And he was very intriguing. He wasn't dumb at all. And he was just damaged. Like lots of bad things had happened to him in his life. And he grew up in Seattle area. And then once he left the Kings, I think he signed with the Boston Celtics, Sarah Jesse's team. And then during that offseason, he had an altercation with his former girlfriend who he had his son with, and a gun was brandished, and he ended up out of the league. And it was a custody battle over a not very young son for a 23-year-old. Like it was like I think it was a 12-year-old son. Yeah.
Oh my.
So, yeah. So like those things. Yeah. And so again, like lots of respect for Aaron, because I know he has his client's best interest. And I don't just mean like financially. Like I think he has his client's best interest overall. But this situation is weird and untenable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And bad for the league.
I know a couple people that know Aaron, really good dude, according to them.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and
I remember he was Yo's agent.
Yeah, that's very possible.
Carrie was here this morning.
She was.
Oh,
yeah, like early though, at like 7:30.
No. I was gonna see D-Lo and KC.
Yeah, she was doing one of Bailey's bits. Oh.
Who are we talking?
Where is it? Oh, did I? No, where is it? I asked for an interview. Oh, man, that'll be tough. I asked for an interview with Dwayne Wade, and they just sent the time that we could get it in Napa.
Oh. You can talk wine?
Okay. Jesse be holding on to stuff, man. He getting like you. He's spending too much time with you.
I'm telling you guys, when you guys have that Draymond Green lunch or whatever, I'm not gonna sit down and say, hey, why did you do that to Paul Pierce? Once your answers, I'm just gonna go home.
All right, well, that's fine. That's fine. Fair enough.
I'm gonna just, I'm gonna keep professional with D Wade. I don't think I've said anything bad about D Wade though. I just said I don't trust him.
Well, I don't know that the timing for this interview is going to work, but shout out to the people at the Blue Note Jazz Festival for sending these. Like he's
going to be there.
Yeah, he's one. He's got a winery,
I did not know that.
Yeah, he's got a winery, so he's here. He's here for the festival.
I will say this: D-Wade be making moves, man. Doesn't he own? He owns one of the African teams in the African League.
Mm-hmm.
He owns one of those teams.
I think he's part owner of the Sky.
The Sky, that's the other one he just did. Yeah, that's right. He making moves, man.
Yeah. We got there's a memo that the league sent that's public out. It's public now regarding Dame Lillard and Aaron Goodwin. And there was a line I read during the commercial break that I'll read here on the radio. We have advised Goodwin and Lillard that any future comments made privately to teams or publicly suggesting that Lillard will not perform the services called for under his player contract in the event of a trade will subject Lillard to discipline by the NBA. We also have advised the Players Association that any similar comments by players or their agents will be subject to discipline moving forward. The most prevailing question, Jesse asked it, we were talking about it during the commercial break, it's come up in the chat. Well, what now? Like what? Like, do we think that this changes anything? Does this open things up? Like, is there now like is the league open to acquire Dame Lillard, or are the Celtics back in the equation? Are the Knicks in the equation? Like, could this work out some other way? Or ultimately, does Dame Lillard wind up with the Miami Heat or the Portland Trailblazers?
And
I'm
going to guess it's wide open. Like, I think that this does open it, because if Miami continues to pursue this, it's not like this is the first time Miami's like gone down this road, right? Like, we can go back to like the Juwan Howard situation years ago, right? Where they got fined and had picks taken away. Was it part of the Joe Smith situation? Whatever it was, like, I think it was the Juwan Howard situation, where they had tried to sign a bunch of players using like weird cap space rules. But yeah, I mean, like, look, a team like Miami, they're right there on the cusp, and they're trying to fight to get every advantage that they can. And but at the end of the day, like, you got to do what's right by the league. Like, the league has to step in here, and I don't have any problems with that at all. And I would have a difficult time seeing a deal continue to be pushed to get done when the rest of the league is going to be like, okay, look, we offered more. Like, what we offered was much more than what they got. And so this isn't right. This isn't, a level playing field.
Oh no, I don't like this. There's something about
it's weird. It's I think part of and tell me if I'm wrong, because part of what I'm having, I can see everyone's point of view. Like, Dame's thinking, I've been loyal to Portland. I've watched 50 other superstars get traded exactly where they want to go. Okay, well, I want to now. Meanwhile, the league is like, hold up, you're doing it wrong. Like, then I think that's part of the problem is, yeah, you might be doing what everybody else is doing, but you're doing it wrong. Also, and this is, I know I keep harping on the same point because people will point to Anthony Davis, a few other players. You just don't have the leverage. We just went over this. You got like $200 million coming your way. 4 years, $200 million coming your way. You don't have the threat. Like, what even though Rich Paul got fined for saying this publicly, what he said was, yo, you could trade. Absolutely. Yo, Sacramento, you want to trade for Anthony Davis? Go ahead. He won't sign there. Like, I'm telling you that now. He's not going to sign there, but absolutely, you could trade for him. He's going to bust his ass for you the rest of the season and next season as well. And then he's going to leave and go play for the Los Angeles Lakers. What's Dame? Hey, you could trade for Dame if you want to. I mean, he'll work his ass off for you for 4 years, but then he's going to leave. Like, no team is going to care. There's no leverage there.
And the other thing about this that I keep thinking about, because we're all in agreement this stuff happens all the time. Like, once again, Aaron Goodwin, Dame Lillard, they're not doing any type of interview. They're not on the 3 o'clock Sports Center saying, I want to be traded. I only want to go to Miami. It sounds as though they had private conversations with teams, whether it's Portland or other teams, and they've said this to them, which is said all the time in this league. And then their whistleblowers or whatever went out and made it public and made this thing even more difficult than it already was. And that's just, I mean, that's the nature of the beast. Sometimes things are just unfair, but this is no different than what I think any of these guys have done. But now we got to have memos and, and everything's got to be on the up and up. I don't know. I'm just not really feeling it.
Okay, so let's go back to the infamous Vlade Divac quote. I had a better offer 2 days ago with DeMarcus Cousins, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And everyone was like, what in the world are you talking about? Why didn't you take it? Like, why did you even say that?
Mm-hmm.
And the way that played out was very specific. He had a better deal with the New Orleans Pelicans, the same team he was dealing with before. Vlade had worked out a deal to trade DeMarcus Cousins for the draft rights. Well, for a rookie, Buddy Hield, for who else was in that deal? I want to say, man, was Tyreek Evans in that deal coming back as cap filler?
Yeah, that's a good call.
I think he was. And then a first-round pick and a second-round pick. Well, originally it was 2 first-round picks. And when DeMarcus Cousins' agent caught wind of the trade, he went to the Pelicans and said, do not trade for him. And they're like, what do you mean? They said, he is not being traded. He is signing his $219 million extension. And the Pelicans are like, went back to the Kings and said, hey, they said he's not going to sign here. And so the way it went was that the Kings were able to get the deal done, but the 2 first-round picks became 1 first-round pick and a second-round pick. And of course, that the first-round pick ended up being the number 10 pick in the 2017 draft, which they traded for 15 and 20 and drafted Justin Jackson and Harry Giles. The second-round pick was an early second-round pick and was Frank Mason. But the Kings also got Buddy Hield in that transaction. And that's, again, it's about agents having enough power. And then it worked out that they didn't resign him either way. That the Pelicans were like, okay, well, yeah, we're okay. We're not going to sign. But the deal fell apart. And
well, he was hurt.
Yeah,
like let's be fair. Like, yeah, he was hurt. So
he was hurt.
Now, whether they would have or not is a fair question. But
they were not going to give him the extension because before he got hurt, they had the opportunity to give him the extension. They could have given him the same extension the Kings were offering because they traded for him. And then that summer, they didn't give him the extension. The next season is when he got hurt.
Yeah, I don't think everything was rosy there. They always painted it as if it was, and I don't think everything was rosy in New Orleans.
It wasn't. No. So my point is that, like, look, these things happen quite often where, agents step in and try to do what's best for their clients. And in that situation, very specifically, like DeMarcus Cousins lost what, 170 or 180 million dollars over the course of his lifetime earnings because of that trade. Mm-hmm. If he would have stayed in Sacramento and signed the extension, his life would be completely different today. And so I understand him strong arming, but that is where the Vlade Divac comment comes from. And he was trying to defend himself in that situation, saying, I had a better deal, but this is what happened. And the only thing that people heard was, you had a better deal 2 days ago. Well,
he didn't explain what happened.
No,
he said, I have a bet, which, and part of the reason was, and I've never asked you this before. Were you there? Were you there for that scrum?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I was there for all of this.
Because it was the day after the All-Star game. So there were a lot of people, because DeMarcus was there, that weren't there. A lot of media people that weren't there. And
I wasn't in New Orleans where when the trade happened.
But what I meant was were you with Vlade when he made that remark about, I had a better deal 2 days ago?
Yes. I'm almost positive I was with Vlade when he made that comment.
And there were only like a couple of reporters there, because like Jason Jones, some of the other guys, they were on their way back from New Orleans, and I had a better deal 2 days ago just lingered out there. It was, I don't think it was explained for weeks, and it wasn't explained by Vlade. It just started to leak out. Someone, I'm sure, probably James, talked to him like, what did you mean? And it became public. It was another draft pick. It was a deal with the Pelicans that just involved another first-round draft pick. But that day, he didn't say that. He said, I had a better deal 2 days ago. And I think he looked at Elaine Vilson like, Can you believe that? I had a better deal 2 days ago. The hell is he talking about?
Yeah, it was
talking about character matters and all that, and that was the stuff that pissed me off. Like, don't do that now. Don't do that now.
It definitely was a moment where there was some misunderstanding, and again, Vlade being such a nice guy was trying to be slightly like flippant and funny, but like it
he
just
was
came back.
Trying to be funny. He was definitely trying to be funny, and Kings fans were like, "I'm sorry, what?"
Yeah, and it was like, well, you guys don't know the whole story. And it's like, okay, well, you're probably going to need to tell us the whole story. And then eventually we knew the whole story, and it got out there exactly what he meant. And there's nothing, the Kings could do about it. Like that ploy by the agent hurt the value of the Kings asset that was going out. And so, at the end of the day, I think that there were other deals out there that the Kings could have got involved in that may have got them more.
Yep.
But at that point, they understood that they had to do everything kind of in secret to get it done. I mean, like, look, the deal was done for his extension.
I strongly disagree with that. That was my biggest beef with it, is if you were going to do it, call everyone. Danny, you want DeMarcus? Who wants DeMarcus? Like, and, whether fair or not, I wasn't there. The story was always someone wanted Buddy. I won't say who. I won't say who, but someone really wanted Buddy, and it was like,
because he's part Steph and part Clay.
I know nothing about that. I just know someone really wanted Buddy. I think the point in all of this, especially the part about DeMarcus and the Kings, is this happens all of the time. It's just really weird to see a memo issued out about it. So clearly the league is not feeling what's going on right now. And I don't know what that is. James, go ahead.
I'll add this too. Like, this particular trade deadline, free agency window, the teams were not allowed to mention the trade until we're not allowed to confirm or do anything with any of the extensions or trades or anything else until the moratorium was over. So that's why this particular offseason, we started having tweets that specifically said agents' names. All of those tweets that said agents' names. And that is in my opinion, it's a huge mistake by the NBA, because now you're allowing the agents to control what is put out there. And the teams do not have the right to put what's out there. And a lot of teams like the Kings, they have their policy that they don't talk about financial terms, which is a lot of teams around the league have that. But then we go back to the situation with Richaun Holmes, where like me and Shams and maybe one or two others got a very specific dollar figure that Richaun Holmes was getting in free agency. And that dollar figure was like 53 or 55 million. And the only way for Richaun Holmes to have got that money was if he was traded 3 times in the first 3 years of his transaction and got a 15% trade kicker every time he got traded. That's the only way that he would have got 55 million. If not, it was 47 million. So we were given a number that was incorrect. And in my defense and in some of the other reporters' defense, the way the Kings salary structure was at that time, they easily could have traded a player and given him that type of money, but they didn't. And so he signed on an early bird exception, not a standard contract, not a standard extension, because he wasn't eligible for a standard extension. So that number that we were given sounded right. It sounded like something that he could have gotten, but the real figure was 47 million. And so what I'm saying is, like, now the door is open for that. Now the door is open for, an agent to come out and say that, the player X got this much money or this much money on an extension. And that money probably isn't true. It could be close, but we're talking about all the incentives and whether they're easily obtainable incentives or not easily obtainable incentives. Like, there's a big difference between a player's contract. If you're saying he's going to get like 100 million versus 120, but and that 120, the bonuses are like $3-4 million like bonuses if he wins the NBA Finals or an MVP award, and those are non-obtainable goals, but they look really cool when an agent says how much his player just earned. And then the actual functionality is different.
I wonder if that's why we started to see the NFL numbers this year, like the Kuzma deal, which was reported at what, like 102?
Yeah, up to.
And it was 90?
Yeah, yeah.
Buddy Hield's deal was 80, 85, and with the ability to go up to like 110, but tons of non-obtainable goal, contract things.
Finals MVP.
Yeah. And the real number was closer to like 93, but like money is money. Like, what's he going to get? What is guaranteed?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
So the other thing I don't like that, and you guys tell me if I'm reading this wrong or I'm seeing something off, is this was not a public memo. No. I'm reading this right. It's full NBA memo sent to all 30 teams regarding the rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody gave it up.
Somebody gave it up.
This so they can have a better chance of getting a Dame Lillard.
Absolutely.
It's all this kind of it's not like super dirty or fishy, but they play
the game.
They play in the same game Dame Lillard's playing. This is what I'm saying essentially. And they're trying to vilify and do they're both playing a game. And this is the other team's move. They're sabotaging what he's trying to do, and he's trying to take hold of what he's trying to do. But at the same time, Dame Lillard's look at as oh man, you're foul. This is wrong that you're trying to do this, and you're trying to do this to Portland. Hell, Portland might have put this out.
Might have.
You know what I'm saying?
That's who should have put it out.
They're doing that. That shouldn't have came out. That was not to the public. That was to the 30 NBA teams. So no, they shouldn't have put it out. But don't nobody say if it does come out that Portland put it out, don't nobody say nothing about that.
The league could have leaked it too.
Could have.
I mean, but yeah, we have no idea who leaked it. I know who appears to have had it first.
Right.
So I don't know. Do with that whatever you want. But
the whole thing about it for me is this is a game. And Dame forcing his way to Miami specifically is his move in this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, he's doing them wrong or no, that's his move in this game. Now Portland or whoever, Boston, whoever's they've made their move in this game. They're not, their hands ain't clean. They're not just poor Portland, poor Boston, all this other stuff.
No one's hands are ever clean.
No,
these things.
They're making their move. So when people come out here and they talk about Dame is foul and he's wrong for all this, Dame was playing the game and he's just trying to win the game just like everybody else trying to win the game.
Yeah, I don't at the end of the day, I don't think this is going to tarnish Damian Lillard's legacy. It will slightly in Portland, but 5 years from now, when it's all said and done and he's retired, they'll get over it and they'll retire his number. That's just the way that it goes. But for right now, it doesn't feel good to anybody. I think Doug Christie wasn't all that happy with the way he left the Sacramento Kings. I know Chris Webber wasn't happy about the way he left the Sacramento Kings. Those are things that happen. And then you come back later.
We're happy with the way Chris Webber left the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
It's I'm sorry. Who's
coming? What? Brian Skinner, Corliss Williamson, and Kenny Thomas.
Skinner. Oh.
There it is.
Apparently, we got a lifetime deal with Kenny Thomas, too. Kenny came and stayed.
Brian Skinner blocked more shots after a foul was called than any player I've ever seen.
That's how you got to do it, baby.
But they had value. That has.
Yeah, you're not getting no three-point play around here.
Yeah, it has tremendous value, but he did that more than any player I've ever seen. And I've always wondered why players don't do it more. Big deal if foul was called. Go ahead and block the shot. That way he doesn't get a three-point play.
Mm-hmm.
So
Brian Skinner.
If you gonna foul him, foul him.
Chris and AI.
I remember that too.
Yeah,
I think they lost. Was he there when they lost to Detroit in the second round?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I remember Chucky Atkins. The series was tied at 2. Chucky Atkins gets a layup in Game 5 to beat the Sixers. Damn.
Yeah, he had no knees left. That was unfortunate.
Brutal. And then he played. He ended in Detroit, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He being Chris.
Weber.
Yeah, Chris ended.
Or did he end in Golden State?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
He played with the Warriors as well.
Yeah, he signed for like 5 minutes with the.
I don't remember those 5 minutes at all. I remember Detroit.
I think he went to Golden State before. Well, no, it's probably after Detroit. I take that back.
He went to Golden State. He played 9 games. He averaged 14 minutes a game.
Okay.
Started 8. 3.9 points.
Were they regular season games?
Yeah. As a 34-year-old, and that's something too. Like, that's one of the saddest. Like when he blew out his knee in Dallas, like the entire dynasty was over and no one knew it, right? And it was just such a gut-wrenching moment. And you look back now, there's one pivot point where the potential for a Kings dynasty ends, but no one at the time knew it. And even when he went in and he had microfracture surgery, you still didn't know it until like a year and a half down the road that thing was over.
Fair to argue it didn't actually end with that injury. It ended when they it didn't end with that injury. It ended when maybe he came back a little too soon from the injury.
I don't know. I don't think
that was the best team in basketball.
Yeah,
it was the best team in basketball. And then it was, let's get Chris back midway through the season and work him in, and they were a disaster.
The best team in basketball. I don't think they were going to win a championship without Chris Webber.
Well, I mean, I think that's why they brought him back.
Could you have bought Chris back differently?
Maybe.
It's all hindsight.
Yeah.
Like, I get it.
But I agree with. I mean, when he's lying on Dallas, that was the end. That was the end. That was the franchise was never going to be the same.
Until
Plus, I don't like in theory, you could have brought him back differently, and functionality you could not. Like Chris Webber was the face of the team. He wanted to be the face of the team. The coaching staff still believed in him to be the face of the team. And you didn't know he was not going to be functional until at least like 5 games in. And you kept hoping that he would like get better, and it didn't happen.
What a cheerful.
Sorry about that.
What a cheerful Friday this has been. 3 o'clock hour started with Guru defending his love for R. Kelly, and it ends with Chris Webber lying on the floor in Dallas.
Oh no.
Jesus, man.
Oh no.
And I've told you guys this. That's the day my son was born. May 8th, 2003.
Man.
The Dallas day. The Dallas one?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Did
you watch that game in the hospital?
I did. I was sitting in a hospital room holding the baby, watching the game on a 13-inch television.
Oh wow.
Big screen.
I watched Michigan beat the hell out of Ohio State in the hospital room this year.
Huh? No one asked you. Literally, no one asked you.
No one
Jesse
asked
didn't
you
ask you. James didn't ask you.
What was the score, Kenny?
So much to little.
That's what we're doing. Okay. No, that's fine. I guess you could do that stuff when you have a crooked coach who's negotiating his suspension with the NCAA. No, it's fine. Wait till a year passes and you find out you have to, what do they call it? Erase those Ohio State victories from his record.
Ouch.
Yeah, this is a crappy way to end the week, but that's fine. No, that's fine.
At least we're laughing.
That's right, Quiddy. Go blue. Let's go, baby.
Head over to thekingsbeat.com, become a premium subscriber. Next week, the latest edition of the Off the Record Happy Hour. You do not want to miss those. Those are absolutely worth the price of the Kings Beat, in addition to the tremendous content that James puts up on that website and emails directly to you. So go to thekingsbeat.com, become a premium subscriber there. Check out the Kings Beat podcast, the D-Lo and KC podcast, wherever you get podcasts from. And if you listen on Odyssey, tune in 1320 AM or 98.5 FM HD2. Don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Arrow Spence. Big fish, baby.
Free Dame.
We did it.
These dudes are jacked and ready to go. Oh man, this is going.
Yeah, I'm starting to get pretty hot for this fight now. Like now it's starting to hit.
These dudes they got 8 packs. They are they ready to go.
Boxing's back or dead.
Is that tonight or no?
Tomorrow night.
Where's it? Is it pay-per-view or is it?
Yeah, pay-per-view.
All right.
Xavier Martinez is fighting tonight. Actually, probably should have mentioned that at some point. Sacramento.
Oh, that's our guy. Yeah.
He's on ESPN.
All right.
All right, guys, we're shutting down because I'm getting on the road.
Yeah, man.
I'm going to see Mary. We'll see y'all on Monday. Big week next week.
Countdown. The countdown is continuing.
Countdown is on.
Not the Kings. Damian's vacation.
Oh yeah, I'll give you the exact time right now. It is 7 days, 8 hours, and 2 minutes from the time I board that flight. We'll see y'all later, man. We love you guys.